All right. Are we up? Are we live? Is chat there? I think it is. I think we got everything. It says go live. So that should be good. Or it says end stream, so that should be good. All right. Well, I think we're good to go. All right, good. We got Unk the Thunk. All right, so here we are in Victoria 3. This is Open Beta 1.2. We've done a little bit of... Oh, I actually want to do something for the VODs. I've got a way to put the chat box in the VOD if I move this up to here. I think that'll be right. And then we make sure that this is the right URL. Wait a second. One moment. I think there's a way to do this. We get that, and then we get that. All right, there we go. Yeah, it looks like we will actually have chat in the VODs, because I think I set this up correctly. And then that's there. All right. Good. All right, so we're going to be doing, at first, just a little bit of AI observation. I think that it's a good thing anytime you play on a new patch for a complicated game like Victoria 3. Not that it's necessarily hard, but it is complicated. I think that you always want to pay attention to what the AI is doing. And so we're just going to start the first 30 minutes or half an hour or so of the stream as just watching the AI behavior. I think it's fun. I think it's relaxing, but I also think that it's useful because just like so much of the game starts out under AI control that it's important to know how they think. So Unk the Unk, have you played Victoria 3 before? Looks like we are starting with that little war down in Brazil. I don't know. Well, let's see what actually ends up happening in this battle. So I think that there's been a rebalance where numbers seem to matter considerably more than they did beforehand. Like actual units rather than offense-defense stats, which is, I think, okay, because it did seem like it was a little too balanced in the other direction in 1.1. Oh, cool, thanks. Yeah, it's a really interesting game. I think patch 1.2 looks like the framework of like really good steps forward for Victoria 3. I think it definitely was released with some rough edges, but like the performance on this patch is outrageously good. Like a lot of some of the performance some of the performance being better is the fact that I went up to 32 gigs of RAM, but like a lot of this really is night and day, even between 1.1 and 1.2 with the extra RAM on hand. So I think that even if they don't yet have good AI for the game, and it does certainly seem to be getting better, that as long as the performance is there, then everything else will fall into place, right? It's a lot easier to do test runs as Paradox. Yeah, I think this game definitely is one of them that if like one of my friends were to ask me should I buy it, I would say either wait for it to be on sale or wait for a patch that like makes me play another 300 hours. Like that's really what it boils down to. Is and patch 1.2 does look like it's got the framework around it, because there's a lot of really interesting stuff in here. But yeah, probably 1.3 to 1.5. That's somewhere in that range feels about right. Basically, the metric that I'm looking for, I want to see an AI that is capable of not necessarily like repeatedly being able to do Tanzimat as the Ottoman Empire, but like being able to occasionally accomplish Tanzimat as the Ottoman Empire without being railroaded to do so, right? If the AI is smart enough that it can accomplish like 4 of these recommendations here, because some of these are not that difficult, right? Like army modernization simply requires you to research a couple of technologies, get into a war, and conscript a bunch of people, because that'll do it. And then bureaucratic reform you should be pushing pretty hard for anyway, because hereditary bureaucrats and land-based are both terrible. And then once you're out of hereditary bureaucrats, building up your bureaucracy makes a lot more sense because you're not employing aristocrats. So you should be able to do bureaucratic reform pretty easily. And if the AI is at the point where it's doing that reliably, not because it's being told specifically and explicitly to do this, but because it understands that hereditary bureaucrats are bad, and if it has an intelligentsia monarch, which the Ottoman Empire starts with an intelligentsia monarch, then they should probably be pushing pretty seriously, or planning to push pretty seriously, to move out of hereditary and into appointed. And I think that would be, if the AI gets to the point where it's doing that, then I think you could probably recommend buying it not on sale. Because I really do think that that's like the only big issue. There are some, we'll see what actually, this will be the real test, right? If the Ottomans can win 70 versus 40, then that would be a pretty big indication that numbers matter more than stats, because the stats are insanely lopsided. Yeah, no. If you're only bringing 6k versus 6k, this is the result we expect. Were they fighting over just Adana again? That's something that I have noticed, is that very often, yep, they're fighting over just Adana. So that's something where it's just a little break in the AI. I think that with 1.2, at least, you know, with the early branches of 1.2, it doesn't really make sense to do super duper deep runs, simply because there are some things that are broken. Like I heard that, was it cooperative ownership? I think there's literally nothing that is available to ideologies that makes you in favor of moving into cooperative ownership. So I think that means that running an agrarian society is going to be kind of difficult, simply because you're not going to have this farmers investment pool bonus. But you can run agrarianism. That's okay. It's a weaker form of cooperative ownership, but it's fine. Yeah, I think just sketching out like basically what an agrarian society would look like, not just in terms of its laws, but also in terms of its infrastructure, is probably useful. I'm gonna do an agrarian run on 1.2, probably starting next week, because I just finished filming the last episode of Her Majesty's Government, but I'm gonna post it with, like, you know, people can ask questions, because I want to do like an aftermath video where we look at like the demographics of the world that we've built, because I think that that's fun. Like I started doing it myself, and there's some really weird things that occur. Like if you make Spain into a protectorate and then you build insanely high standard of living in Africa, guess where all of the Spanish people live in Her Majesty's Government world? Like there's only 4 million pops left in Spain or something like that, and it's because all of them moved. And I think that might be something that gets rebalanced here in 1.2. I did hear that there's been a rework on migration. I'm curious to see how that plays out, personally. Oh, well, it looks like indeed the Ottomans are making some amount of progress here. Wow, a lot of battles, 51k versus 12k. Yeah, that'll do it. Looks like 12 versus 6 was not enough, but that was a while ago. Okay, so here there was a slight advantage to the Ottomans in terms of their available troops, but way worse stats, so they lost. No, that's good. That's good to know that it isn't purely numbers. Because anytime there's a rebalance in combat, it means that you have to kind of like rebalance your own expectations of what a good front looks like and what a bad front looks like. Has anybody used the the patch 1.2, the designate strategic objective well yet, because like I haven't done a whole lot of playing on the game yet, outside of the stream, because I was just trying to finish up Her Majesty's Government. I do see that they've rebalanced literacy. That's probably the biggest deal. There are a couple of really big things in 1.2 actually. Rebalancing literacy at the beginning of the game is a big deal. Rebalancing. What else did they rebalance? They rebalanced party formation, although I don't know in what way yet. We'll see. We'll see. But it does seem like if there isn't a bounce bug, then at least the AI for where the fronts should be moving doesn't seem to be very good. Because the units definitely move around a lot. Yes, the Ottoman Empire won the first big, long, brutal slog with the Egyptians and took back Adana. And it looks like Great Qing just wait, no. They have opium ban. They have executing opium smugglers. Did the British back down? No, they just haven't started it yet. Okay. Hey Francisco, how's it going? We're just doing a little bit of like AI watching for maybe the first half an hour to an hour, and then we'll start doing some agrarian runs. Because I do want to see if we can get agrarianism to work. I think it's definitely viable with the numbers that are on here due to the way farmers operate, but I think you need to be really careful about it. It doesn't look strong. It looks viable, but not strong. I think if you want to play with really good farmers, then you play with cooperative ownership instead. Because that looks like it would be good. But agrarianism will still function. Agrarianism will give you more, extremely high SOL pops, because it'll keep a bunch of aristocrats around. This one's also interesting because it means that mutual funds is basically useless as a technology. But just like broadly looking over the text that we get here from all the different economic systems, I think we do need to see, like, in a real test opportunity, what command economy and cooperative ownership look like in the mid to late game, and the sort of setups you need to position yourself for. But I think cooperative ownership seems okay. It's just unlocked by Council Republic. So it's unlocked by Council Republic, so you're going to have strong trade unions, or stronger trade unions. Government ideology penalty. Yeah, okay. We could. I think I'm seeing what's coming together here. So if you're playing with Council Republic, you're nominally going to have stronger trade unions, but I think if you're trying to go full agrarian, then you're trying to basically build your industrial buildings in non-core territory, so that way the pops there don't have political power. So I don't think Council Republic is going to screw you. I just don't know if you need to be authority stacking or not. Because, like, normally if you're in command economy, you might as well authority stack, because, like, you're getting 25% extra here. But if you're in cooperative ownership or agrarian, you're not getting anything there. I guess it kind of depends on rural. When was the last time you read all the text here for rural folk, right? I mean, they don't hate useful things. Isolationism and protectionism. The biggest issue is that they oppose free trade. So I guess you want to be... Yeah, maybe that does push you towards authority stacking. Because they also like consumption taxes. So you could hypothetically build, like, an authority stacking with isolationism and consumption taxes. That would be really weird. That'd be really weird. That would be exactly what Jimbo really likes. But it's if you're gonna have a powerful agrarian party, with your rural folk because you've built them up, then you need to be aware of the political affiliations of the moderate in the event that they're in control. I think isolationism is so bad. Isolationism is pretty rough. I guess the best thing about isolationism is that it doesn't require you to have people staffing your trade centers. But yeah, I don't know, man. Trade is just so good. Trade is so good in this game. Free trade is pretty hard to find problems with. People love tariffs for some reason. It's just like, yeah. So farmers, I think I want to play around with farmers just to see what like the brand new world looks like, because you guys know that they've recalculated GDP, right? So they've made it so that now it's just like the net total consumption minus the input goods. So like if you have a bunch of grain being consumed by food industries, then you don't count the grain and the groceries and the liquor. You just count the groceries and the liquor in this total GDP calculation up here. And it's not that the total GDP calculation up there is like the most important thing in the world, but it does impact your prestige, which is a really big deal, as well as your minting, because your minting is going to be based off of your GDP. And so that recalculation is going to have cascading effects for diplomacy, as well as for like basic what gets you the most money on hand as a builder. But I think like the general concept of trying to play agrarian is not necessarily bad anymore, especially if you can get into something that doesn't employ aristocrats as the ownership. All right, well, let's see. What are the new? We could do worker cooperative. That's workforce ownership shares. Government shares. Yeah, okay. So it's either, I think if you're going to build like an SOL dreamboat place, then obviously you do worker cooperative. But I mean, government run isn't terrible if we can't access it. I'm just trying to sketch out like what we can do as an agrarian campaign in 1.2, because I do want to record something, but I do think that it really is restricted, because you kind of have to have access to dyes, silk, and cotton, and probably sugar too, because all of those are goods that are used in industries, and so you can build up industries in like a puppet in land that you conquer in Europe, like the Netherlands or Belgium or something like that, and just turn that into your industrial throughput location. But I think you do need to have like a lot of it. Like maybe you play as Great Qing and you make Japan into an industrial supercenter, but never core it. That might be fun. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know. Like playing as Great Qing just feels lazy, but it does seem like that would be strong, right? Because the other big problem if you're playing agrarian, and this is going to be a problem with Victoria 3 until they get the AI on board with like interacting with markets. Like I understand that having a world market doesn't really model the 19th century as well, but I'm sure it helped the AI, because they didn't have to like look at everybody's market and try to figure out, okay, if the price of grain is plus 40% here and minus 10% there, should I trade with them? Because they were already at wary relationships, and then you start like weighing all the different things against each other and trying to determine, all right, is it important if there's a strategic thing or not? Whereas like if there's a world market and you go, all right, I'm making cheap grain, then you just sell it, right? It's not that hard if there's a world market, but if because of the way they've set up the markets here, it's a lot more complicated. And so trade is just not as vibrant in the world yet, just due to the nature of where the AI is. But I think that's going to be fixed. Have you guys been playing on 1.2? Let's see. Yeah, France is at their gold reserves limit and burning over it. Great Qing is racing towards their gold reserve limit. That's the other AI test I think I hold for myself in regards to the AI in Vicky 3 is how often do you see great powers, or really anybody, blowing past their gold reserve limit. It's a little more understandable for minor powers, like if you literally can't afford to build one construction sector because it'll turn you from plus 500 to minus 2000, then you probably shouldn't build one. But like Peru, Bolivia, you could build one. You could build one, I promise. You could afford another one. Yeah, like I don't know if New Granada could, but these guys absolutely could. Let's see, we're at 29 out of 175, 82 out of 120, 90, 115, 205. Wow. The US really built their construction sector up. Qing has not. Qing has not. Has anybody seen a successful Meiji restoration yet out of Japan? Not that it's like absolutely critical, but I find that if the, again, same thing as like the Ottoman Empire, if the AI is like capable of assessing its own economic and political situation and saying, hey, we should industrialize, and then, hey, maybe we should get rid of the landowner, and then we can get better laws in place, and just doing that organically, that would be really cool. But I don't think I've seen one yet. I also think that there needs to be a rebalance here in Infamy. Like, this conquering stuff in Africa in 1890 should not start World War One, especially like this conquering some of these. Conquering Ethiopia is still like 80, 90 infamy. Let's see. So Texas won its War of Independence here. I do thank God for this update to these colonizations. My God. You sat through 7 hours of the last stream yesterday. Well, good for you. We're gonna be doing basically the same thing today. I don't know when Eileen's getting back, but we're gonna be doing most of the stuff on our own. Like just we're playing all day today. Paradox wants that to be driven by Japan being forced to open. Yeah, I mean, even if you do force it open, it still doesn't do, at least in 1.1, it didn't do a lot. Because we played Her Majesty's Government, and we forced open Japan, like, I don't know, in 1837 or something like that. And that still didn't cause the Tokugawa to collapse. It did mean that by, like, the 1890s, they were finally off of Defend the Borders and able to become a protectorate, but, like, they were still under the control of the shogunate. And we not only opened their market, but we also like brought them into the British Customs Union for a while, and that really helped them industrialize. It's like I think that the AI just needs some more help, but I think they're moving in the right direction. Oh boy, the Ottomans on the other hand are getting crushed here for an Eastern Thrace treaty port. Interesting. Well, I don't know. Maybe this is going to be an opportunity where the Ottomans are going to hold on. I don't know how that war started, because it's pretty clear that the Ottomans got drawn into somebody's war because they don't have any war goals here. So maybe it was Russia, part of the Egyptian war? Italy is definitely forming too fast in 1.2. I don't know how to slow that down necessarily, but it's pretty insane how often you see a Two Sicilies by like 1850. We'll watch and see if it happens this time, but I don't think I've ever seen a Two Sicilies take more than 1851. So it's not necessarily about it, like, let's see, what So the reason that like I still think, even though arable land is way lower in China, the reason that I still think it's pretty good is because you do have access to like all of the good resources, but you do have that imbalance in terms of population where you, in order to have jobs for everybody here, you literally can't just build 600 stacks of everything in terms of agriculture. So yeah, maybe it's not viable as Great anymore, and there's considerably less in EIC as well. But the problem is that that is where the good resources are, right? There's a little bit of silk here. I mean, we can just check the silk production because we are playing as Japan. So silk potentials here, you can see like where the best resources are for an agrarian run. Maybe you do agrarian Korea. You could do that. Oh, Circassia is the reason why the Ottoman War. Oh yeah, all right, that makes sense. Good catch. Caucasian imamate. But yeah, maybe Korea is the secret tool for an agrarian run, and we haven't done Korea on the channel yet, and that could be fun. They do start pretty far off from like the really big secret tech or the not so secret tech for agrarianism, which is pump jacks. But they do have access to all the best resources, and they're in the East Asian culture group, so you could potentially core more territory if you really wanted to. How bad is our arable land as Korea? It's pretty bad. Wow, it's really low. Holy cow. Boy, I don't know. I don't know. Like, has anyone seen agrarianism really pop off anywhere? Like, has anyone streamed it before with actual valuable success or recorded it? Because it does seem like the unless there's something else here, because they've rebalanced. Opium isn't as critical in the early game. Right now we have liquor being used in first aid instead of opium, which I think is generally good, because that was really, like, by the 1860s, if you weren't in Southeast Asia, you really couldn't survive. But the fact that there's just like way lower arable land here means that you can't give all these guys jobs working in farms. So you're gonna have, I guess you'd have a lot of resource extraction, but that's gonna just end up with an incredibly powerful trade union, which would naturally draw you. Maybe that would just pull you into cooperative ownership. No, but funds in the investment pool can't be used to build. They can't be used to build farms. Huh. So you. Oh, I don't know. That it got deleted. I don't. Yeah, you can build stuff on your own using the normal rules for investment pool. You just have to. It's a game rule that you choose at game start. So in the start page where you tell it, like, are you on harsh aggressive AI or whatever, click on that and then click autonomous investment off. And if you want to play a longer game for 1.2, then you should do that, because it seems like the autonomous investment definitely breaks down in the mid to late game. It seems to be based off of running out of peasants. I've heard that enough times that I think I believe it, but I've never observed it myself, because I haven't played any games on 1.2 until 1900 yet or anything like that. But you can definitely turn off the investment pool. Whoa, Mexico is getting clobbered. Yeah, it goes back to 1.1 basically. It removes the autonomous investment pool but keeps everything else. But it follows the same sort of rules, right? Like, the private construction allocation is gone because you aren't using private construction when you do that, but the things you can build towards are still going to be restricted via your economic system. So who actually could do agrarianism, because Brazil can't do silks. I guess you could do dyes. As long as you have access to just dyes, you can't do fancy clothes. But that's not the end of the world. You could do fancy glass. People like glass. I think people like glass. And then you could do like South America, or you could do an agrarian run here in Africa. I think the broad concept of the autonomous investment pool makes sense. I think that the only economic systems that should not have the autonomous investment pool are the ones that like disable the investment pool, right? I think outside of that, yeah, the new economic systems laws, they work without autonomous construction still, but they give you investment pool in different ways, right? Yeah, Sokoto, for instance, could potentially be a good use for agrarianism. It's not that you only need dye and silk, but so let's have like a broad conversation about agriculture, right? Agriculture is different from all of the other production things in the game, like the industrial production things in the game, and a lot more similar to resources. I apologize. There's cops in the background. I don't know what they're doing, but there's something going on. But unlike your resources, there's a finite resource here in terms of your arable land, and that defines which things you can grow, or rather, how much of you can grow. But which things you can grow is defined, of course, by the map, right? And so it's not every area is created equally, and not every resource is created equally. Dyes, cotton, silk, and sugar can be, and opium can all be used in actual buildings. And if you have resources that can be used in actual buildings, then you can make the productivity of those agricultural things in particular a lot higher, simply by boosting the demand by building more buildings that consume them, right? And so if you have the ability to grow a whole bunch of dye, cotton, and silk in particular, then you can build basically an infinite number of textile mills, because you have all the resources, that you have all the input goods, right? And importantly, it means that the textile mill can also in turn provide demand for your silk, your dyes, and your cotton. And so you create sort of like a linkage between those two economies, and they build each other up in a way that's very productive for you. But like tea plantations, literally the only thing that you can do to increase demand here, on the building side, is do automatic irrigation, which you definitely want to be doing. Like, even though it only increases demand for one thing, engines, automatic irrigation's really, really good. But then you can also do rail transportation, which increases demand for rail and therefore reduces your government subsidies to rail. That's okay. But like, you can't do anything else with the tea, right? The tea is a finished product. It's done. And so the only thing you can do to really increase the productivity here in regards to your tea plantations are either increase the standard of living across your entire nation enough that you have a lot of pops demanding tea, because tea is one of these fancy goods that only pops over a certain SOL actually buy. Let's see. 15 to 99. So anybody under SOL 15 isn't going to purchase any tea. And so the way that you have to increase demand for tea is to just increase standard of living across the entire country. And the easiest way to increase standard of living across the entire country is just give people a whole bunch of construction, right? Just don't have peasants. That's the easiest way to have a high standard of living. No peasants. But like there's no end production for tea plantations, so you can't just be like, we need to dramatically increase the amount of agriculture that we've built in a way that's going to increase our investment pool. How can we support that agriculture? What kind of demand can we generate for the agriculture? In game right now for stuff like tobacco, it's either you increase local demand or you sell it to people. But like, that's it. That's all you can do. Whereas the other agricultural buildings you can actually like use and stuff. So controlling your buildings, I like building in your vassals, I don't know if I'd want to see that like be something that is consistent, maybe via decisions or via like a special diplomatic action. But I don't think you should be able to, as the UK, I don't think you should be able to click in South Bengal and then just scroll down to dye plantations and can control click and just build a whole bunch of dye plantations. I don't think that would be useful for the game. I think that would be really warping, because that would make it insanely easy for you to build up like really disgustingly high standard of living in certain imperial powers. And I think it would break the game, and I think it would also probably be unrealistic. Like, I think a foreign capital investment event chain, or a decision or something like that. But yeah, directly not. I think, but something to encourage them. I agree. I think something to encourage the interaction between subject and overlord. I wouldn't hate seeing that as like an overall like a DLC for Victoria 3, right? Like, I think that the number of interactions between overlord and subject that I'd like to see be more fleshed out partially are not just events, but also decisions and things like that. And I think we could do it. I think we could see that happening. But yeah, I think well, a mechanic like that is needed ASAP right now because there's an issue with the AI not like developing their resources well. But I think the better fix for that is to make the AI develop their resources better. But I do think that the GDP rebalance may have been one of the things that'll encourage that. We'll see. The AI is thus far not doing a lot in terms of developing its GDP in game. An international division of labor. Francisco, what do you mean by an international division of labor? Ching, how? Oh, like an international investment pool and an international flow of labor. I think that would make sense, but I think that the international flow of labor is supposed to be captured via mass migrations, and I think that the mass migration take looks a little cleaner. Wow, the Ottomans are just getting slapped around, but they're gonna win this war somehow. The Ottomans are getting slapped around, but Tripoli is just like marching straight through Egypt. And so I think we're gonna see an Ottoman victory in the second war, but they're not gonna have control over their. Why are they only taking 2 territories? Return Syria and Aleppo. They're gonna get so close to almost being able to work on Tanzimat, but the Ottomans are not gonna. I don't think they're gonna get there. It doesn't look like they've made any progress in their laws either. And it looks like Mahmud II has fired the intelligentsia. Yeah, so again, the AI is not done, and I think that's okay. Like, it's getting there, but it's definitely not done. A company country or a country vassal. Oh, sure, yeah, you could do that. I think that would definitely be flavorful. I just don't know how they would like add new chartered companies to the game, considering that those kind of do fall out of favor in the 19th century. That's why they all get dissolved. And so I don't know if you'd want to like add more of them, or if you'd just want to give the chartered companies more flavor. Because I have a hard time coming up with like at least a historical example of a chartered company emerging on the map in the 19th century. They mostly disappeared. Let's see. Is the AI doing anything interesting at this point? Austria. I've seen Yellow Austria, like Austria-Hungary, form a lot. Rhodesia was a chartered company. That might be right. That does sound familiar. I mean, if it wasn't a chartered company, then it certainly was under like mostly the ownership of Cecil Rhodes, right? The chartered company aspect is a little different because chartered company implies like a different legal position within both the empire and also vis-a-vis the government. I don't know if Cecil actually got the paperwork to turn Rhodesia into a chartered company, but it definitely functioned like one. That's true. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Cecil Rhodes was one of these 19th century, early 20th century imperialist industrialist characters who took over basically this large slice around Botswana, Rhodesia, and turned it into like kind of a pseudo diamond mine hellscape version of Botswana instead of like Belgium and the Congo. He was also the dude who was like really, really in favor of the Cape Town to Cairo line. And so he was pushing like really, really hard for the British to make sure that they got that slice of land, but they did not quite. Did not quite. Yeah, so I think that I don't know if you need an explicit division of labor or not, but I think the AI definitely should understand the current construction of its economy and the international economy a little better. But my thing is that I think that dissolving the global market from Victoria 2 was like lore accurate because a global market does not represent the 19th century particularly well. But that B, I think the global market was making the AI behave a little better in Victoria 2 because they had like one metric that they needed to look against instead of literally hundreds. And so I think that once the AI gets better at understanding its own market and the markets of others, then we'll see some countries are manufacturers and others are resource extraction economies because they'll understand like their comparative advantage. So, have you guys taken any econ courses? Because it seems like some of you guys might have taken some econ courses over the years. Are any of you familiar with the concept of comparative advantage? So comparative advantage is, I think, one of these things posited by David Ricardo. But it's basically if you have a country like Great Britain that can make a widget and a wog, and it can make a widget for £8 and a wog for 20, and then Spain can make a widget for 10 and a wog for 4, then you can like line it up in a way where even if Spain produces things less efficiently than Great Britain, as long as it has one thing that's more efficient than Great Britain, is just one thing. It doesn't need to be everything. One thing that's more efficient, then it can specialize in that thing. But even if it's something where they aren't all superior, if it's something where even if it's everyone's entirely inferior in terms of their trade goods, then you just find the thing where the delta is the smallest, right? If Great Britain is making stuff at £11 and Spain is making it at 12, but like the price difference on absolutely everything else is like 11 versus 50, then Spain should make the 12, and then Great Britain should just not make the 11 stuff and should specialize in the things that Spain needs more of, right? That Great Britain basically can accept that even if it is superior to Spain in everything, it has limited resources and should specialize in the things that it benefits the most from. And then Spain, in turn, even though it's like worse than the British at everything, just specialize in the thing that it's the least bad in. And then that trade would naturally make both countries stronger. I don't know about inflation, but the thing is that in order for inflation to make sense, we need I think we need a money supply, and there kind of isn't a money supply in Victoria 3, and I don't miss it. How many hours of Victoria 2 have you guys played? Because I haven't played it in a long time, but I played like 150 hours of Victoria 2 sometime after A House Divided dropped. And it was fine, but like it did have some problems, and it was like the liquidity problem of the late 1920s, right? Like every single goddamn game of that game got devoured by liquidity, and it was just it means that it's rough. I think the lack of a money pool, if they wanna bring it into the game, they can, right? Yeah, Vicky 2 is like 50. I have played about around, I think around 150 or so, but that was before Steam. I'm a boomer, so I used to get my games from Paradox directly off their digital download service or on DVDs. But Vicky 2, it was really good, but it had some like fundamentally broken things in it. And one of the things that fundamentally didn't work very well was like the fact that money was real, that there was an actual money pool, because then you could end up with liquidity problems where like pops have lots of money, won't spend any of it, and then you have massive inflation and your countries just like get devoured. But it wasn't like something that was easily controllable from a player perspective. So I think if you're going to include inflation, then it needs to be something that's like very easily dial-inable by the player, at which point I don't know why we're including it as a mechanic. Maybe. I mean, I don't work for Paradox. I just play the game, right? That's the real secret here. I don't work for anybody. I just play this game. And so a lot of my takes are shoot from the hips, but like I haven't heard a compelling argument in favor of inflation other than realism. And sometimes when you're making a game, you do have to sacrifice realism for gameplay performance. And I experienced enough frustrations with the money pool system in Victoria 2 that I do not miss it. Oh, the US and Mexico are back for another war. Holy cow. All right, so this can't be right, right? There has to be something going on here where the AI is like underpicking the number of war goals, because it should be demanding more than this, right? I think a corruption mechanic isn't necessarily a bad idea, but I think the way that they should handle it, I don't know if you should be able to build a large skyscraper or not. I think if you should be able to build a large skyscraper, then they need to dial the numbers in more. If you are definitely only intended to build a level 1 skyscraper, then oops. But I think bureaucracy is supposed to represent the corruption mechanic, right? Like you're supposed to not be able to core the entire map. With a level 50 or 100 skyscraper in a big capital, that's no longer a problem, and you can core everything and therefore get taxes from everything. But I think you're supposed to not be able to do that, which makes me inclined actually to think that maybe there's supposed to be a level 1 skyscraper cap. But regardless, if you have more bureaucratic need, then you end up with tax waste, and I think that that's supposed to be the thing that represents corruption. Yeah, I agree. I think that a lot of people want to see like necessary, or they a lot of people are suggesting like specific changes that they want to see in the game. But the Victoria 3 has a lot of interconnected mechanics already, and so I'm personally extremely hesitant to push for any specific new AI. The Turkish AI is doing corn laws? What? Oh my god, the Turkish AI is doing corn laws? I don't know if they're doing that accidentally or on purpose, but either way, that's exciting. Oh, great catch, Francisco. Let's see. I think they did fail. They're gonna fail the Sick Man of Europe in 11 months. Yeah, they did not complete 4 journal entries. Rip Ottoman Empire. But if they complete corn laws, that would be interesting. I'm just kind of curious to see because the thing is, keep in mind from an AI behavior standpoint that the AI is not designed necessarily to behave like unbuilds, where a lot of the industrialization loops are just sort of like splattered onto every country, and therefore a lot of them behave pretty similarly. They're supposed to be deriving behaviors, and that's not a fault of unbuilds. That's absolutely because the modding is not available for the AI. Hopefully Paradox opens up the way that AI is modelable in the future. But like right now, the tools that are available to design AI are not very complicated. It's mostly just like you can even like see the coding yourself because it's in it's in the files, it's in the defines. But like you can see pretty clearly how these strategies should be impacting the behaviors of the AI, right? We have our we have our economic one, our political one, and our diplomatic one, and those strategies are supposed to be informing the behaviors of the country. So it doesn't do anything specific when it's just active, other than creating a monthly or a mean time to happen pulse event. But one of the pulse events that you can get gives you a new leader for the local governors or the landowners that's a market liberal. Yeah, it opens up laissez-faire and free trade, albeit it opens up laissez-faire and free trade as long as you're out of serfdom. Because if you're in serfdom, then you can't go into free trade. But it still will get you out of... no, that's disallowed by serfdom. You could use... I think you could use market liberal to move from traditionalism to agrarianism. But let's find out when it rolls. But yeah, basically, corn laws gets you laissez-faire and free trade, or protectionism and free trade, depending. But the big struggle for me, at least in regards to setting. Oh, did they get a? Nope. Tanzimat reclaimed Syria, closed. Everything closed. And oh man, did the Ottomans lose their ruler? If they fail, it looks like if they fail the Tanzimat, then Mahmud II dies. Ottomans have indeed abolished serfdom, so they can they can use corn laws, but they did also fail Tanzimat, so they have dropped to unrecognized. Did the Ottomans fail Tanzimat in real life or not? Right? That's the real question. Did the Ottomans succeed Tanzimat in real life or not? I would say no. I think that they dropped to an unrecognized major power over the course of the 19th century, and that's kind of the sick man of Europe. But so, all right, so ultimate anarchist country would be really tricky. So let's see. What would you want? What would you want? You would need... Yeah, like, I think the Ottoman Empire failed Tanzimat historically, and so I don't expect to see the Ottomans succeed every time. I think it's appropriate to have well-balanced expectations. Now they're working on appointed bureaucrats. Now you're working on appointed bureaucrats. What, Ottomans? now you work on this. My God. Now, what were we talking about? Agrarianism. It's going to be tough. Anarchy is on the same sort of, like, basic concept of tricky. So the distribution power here, anarchy, +1 universal political pop strength, -75 political strength from wealth. What this means is that the interest groups that are powerful, it would be cool to see them succeed the Tanzimat occasionally, or at the very least make a concerted drive for it, right? Like, you need to complete 4 journal entries to succeed, and right now they get 1 for free. I think they should be, the AI should be consistently hitting something like 2.5 to 3 Tanzimat journal entries, with as like the mean, which means that sometimes it succeeds, sometimes it's failing, but I think it should fail more often than it succeeds, right? But it would be cool to see them succeed the Tanzimat occasionally. But anarchy here specifically, it's just, I'm not entirely sure what it's supposed to offer to you. It offers universal political pop strength, which is neat. And so if you have a bunch of people in specific types of jobs, then that could be good. And it is unlocked by cooperative ownership, which is the sort of thing that's going to give you extra farmers investment pool efficiency. Yeah, 2 to 3 minimum succeeded, I think, every run. Considering that there's one that you get for free, I think the AI should be able to consistently get a second or third more often than not. Yeah, well, Dragoonity, Great Ching, I think needs a DLC. Like, this needs to be a lot more complicated. Because if you haven't played as Great Ching, then you should. It's ridiculously overpowered right now, and it comes from a lot of different reasons, but like they don't have active rebellions. It's 1857. We're basically never gonna see like the kind of instability in Great Ching that we need to, as long as they have as long oh shoot where is it as long as they have Manchu Han as their starting primary cultures instead of just Manchu. I don't know if we're going to have the stability problems in Great Qing that we need to in order to see the country blow apart. Because if it was just Manchu, then if they had any sort of... Yeah, East Asia, I agree. Just an East Asia thing, they could do that. I think they could do an East Asia DLC. I think they could do an Overlord Subject DLC, which I guess would be UK flavored, because they do have the most. But yeah, if you can't, this is not East Asia. This is Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia and Indonesia are culturally and distinctly different. But man, Egypt is one of these countries that, like, on the surface you'd be like, all right, cool, we'll just go oops all agrarian. 35 arable land, 46 arable land. I don't know if, I mean, like, there needs to be a rebalance, absolutely, in regards to the arable land, but what does this mean with 35 arable land here? Let's look at Cairo. So Cairo, 46 arable land. So every arable land gets you 100,000 pop max carrying capacity. So that means that Lower Egypt can carry 4.6 million pops. They're at 3.14 million pops. What was the population of Cairo in 1936? Population of Cairo in 1936. All right. Well, that's 1950. That's not the same thing, but that's sort of similar. Okay. Well, you know what? Cairo had a population of 2.5 in 1950. I don't know what that means in comparison to the starting population of 3.14. But it does feel like the arable land probably should just be like larger across the board for everybody rather than just exclusively rebalanced, because like you should be able to use a whole bunch of arable land to make cool stuff, right? Otherwise agriculture is still kind of useless. So how does this, I guess this is not just the population of Cairo, right? This is the population of all of Lower Egypt. Which, do they have, can we search for the population of all of Lower Egypt? Lower Egypt, 1936. I don't know. This is... This is not important. It's... I think this is definitely Alexandria and Cairo at an absolute minimum. But there's Banha. I don't know if they need to... I mean, new goods such as spices or salt would be useful if there was more land to use it on, but like you can only, so you want to think about it from the perspective of size 51 as max throughput. 29 is the max arable land here for Celebase. That's not right. Like they rebalanced the arable lands entirely, which I think was appropriate because there was way too little arable land basically in all of the New World. It was pretty bad. But like, I think part of the problem wasn't just the balance of arable land, but just having low arable land, period, really restricts your options, because you can only go up to size 51 is like the max for throughput bonus, right? And so you want to be able to build as many size 51 agricultural locations as you can, because you can build infinite sized industries, right? You can build literally hundreds of textile mills. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that in 1.2. With the massive restriction on agriculture, that might not even be possible. Oof. Yeah, because like you really do need to be able to build size 51 at a minimum to really be excited about agriculture, and most of these territories do not have. Yeah, EIC is also pretty bad, because the thing is that like there really was an imbalance in terms of the amount of arable land, but like these guys had like literally thousands, for instance, in 1.1, which I don't think is correct. But you do need to have enough arable land that you can actually like employ a bunch of farmers. Bengal has 550. Maybe you can still do it in India. Maybe you can still do it in India, because there's definitely a lot of states here that have hundreds of arable land if you combine all of the territories, like Orissa here. What? Orissa has 0 arable land? Oh, it's because they built it all. Okay, yeah. But I think in order to make agrarianism work, you do need, yeah. Oh, an option to click the, there was, I think you're right. I played maybe like 15-ish hours of that. Oh, did they? Yeah, they definitely failed their journal. Yeah, there are some things that I do miss from the leak. Also, like here in the outliner, the organization, the UI actually showed infrastructure on the states when it was over here, which is like unbelievable, right? It still should have that. Yeah, I think it would have felt better to give more land to everybody else. I think that I'm probably going to leave that as feedback, and I think that's good, right? I think that a feedback system is a good thing. I think this is a bad thing. I don't know what the hell we have to do to make it so that America doesn't colonize this territory ahead of the Hudson Bay Company, but I think that's a bad thing. But I think that giving the New World more land was good, but reducing it so much, like Southeast Asia looks basically it doesn't look viable anymore. 36 arable land in Mekong. 36 arable land. That's not right. That's not right. Like, just from a gameplay mechanic, it might be accurate, but that's definitely not like right. You want to be able to actually build agricultural buildings. 28, 120. Holy crap. Yeah, these are really low. Ooh, the Dutch East Indies is colonizing Celebes. They got all of it. Jeez. All 34 of it. It looks like the U.S. did the Oregon thing. Yeah, the U.S. definitely did the Oregon thing. But yeah, they should exchange territories. Right, I agree. The U.S. should give up this in order to get that. Otherwise, it's just the U.S. gets that and you receive nothing. I receive Oregon and Washington. You receive nothing. But like all other things aside, the performance on patch 1.2 is so crazy good right now that I really can't be too concerned about whether or not arable land looks correct. I don't know if they're going to ever add Great War mechanics or not, but I personally think that they absolutely need to add stuff about the Scramble for Africa, because like all we get right now is in tier 4, where I'm still getting used to malaria prevention. when you do this, you get access to the Scramble for Africa event, and it's mostly a flavor event. I really do think that there needs to be a massive Infamy rework. I think that's probably one of the issues in regards to seeing AI gobble up Africa, is that they just don't do it. And it's because it's not worth it, right? Like, why would you conquer Harar with 2 million 2 million pops for 14 infamy when you can puppet somebody for 10? Maybe puppeting should be the thing that increases infamy there, but I honestly don't think so. I think that like the puppet annex line is something that's historically accurate anyway, and so I don't see why it should necessarily be weaker. Whoa, Qing is enacting serfdom abolished. All right, well that's exciting. Anytime we see one of these conservative countries enact serfdom abolished, that means that the AI is thinking about something, right? Russia and serfdom. Good for you, Russia. Yeah, it's I agree, Francisco. I think that we talked about this on Thursday, but I think that I rated this on my personal Steam page as a 7 out of 10, but with like the promise of becoming a 9 out of 10, and I think that that's still accurate. I think that a lot of work. Qing has a market liberal? Oh, they do. Right, and I heard that market liberals now are in favor of serfdom abolished, which in case it's unclear why that's crazy good. It means that you don't even have to like cheese roll your serfdom in order to make corn laws good for you as a big landowner. Literally just turn on corn laws. I don't know why that got stronger. That was already good. Maybe they just want everybody to have fun with free trade. Maybe that's what Paradox is doing, is they've made market liberals outrageously powerful, with the hope that it encourages more people to use corn laws, which that's good for me because we have a corn laws video that we could get more views on, I guess. But flavor, if we're just talking about flavor, the countries that's less about, from my perspective, that's less about like which countries do I think need necessarily more flavor in game, and more which countries do I just like in the 19th century. I like the stories of the Ottoman Empire and Great Qing, and Japan and Brazil. I think that those countries and the characters in those countries are really compelling to me. But part of that is also that like I've either literally read books about them for history, for undergrad, or I just like studied them a lot in high school for Quiz Bowl. It's been a long time since I've read anything about Pedro. What? It's been a long time since I've read about this crazy dude who replaced Pedro. What? But it's been a long time since I read a biography of Pedro II. But I did read one in high school because he was a cool dude. Man, what happened over here? And now Russia has taken control of part of India. This is the most cursed timeline. Oh my god, what happened? What happened? I don't know. All right, so we're at 1861. And it's 12:40. Jeez, we've been doing this for over an hour. All right, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back in like maybe 5 minutes. Keep yourselves entertained, and then we'll start something as some sort of agrarian run when we get back. Yeah, 19th century. We could play Brazil when we get back. I wouldn't hate doing that. I love Brazil. We could talk about Pedro. He's a cool dude. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I think there is the agenda, the advanced egalitarianism is. That would be pretty cool. All right, well, I'm going to be back in like five-ish minutes or so. Keep yourselves entertained. We will definitely play when we get back. But I do like I like starting a stream by just watching the AI, because also it gives you a good benchmark. Look how we're going for an hour and we're at 1861. Like, unbelievable how fast this is. At least to me. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Okay. So yeah, let's play as somebody. Let's go to the main menu. So apparently the investment pool definitely breaks down in the mid late game, but I do like playing with it. So we are gonna keep it going, but we'll play until it doesn't work, I guess, or until we accomplish something. I think there are a lot of countries that should have the potential for being really strong. Like I think that people overrate and underrate and like it, contextualize. If you've played EU4, then you know the feeling of having a 000 monarch, and that's basically what Great Qing had for most of the 19th century. They had a 000 regent who was in charge, and that can be pretty bad for your country, right? Like it's understandable that Great Qing had a lot of stability problems considering the lineup of their politics. But like they do start the game with the largest population and the biggest GDP in the world. So like I don't see it necessarily as like they're OP in terms of history or the mechanics, but I think they don't have the same sort of problems that they did in the real world. All right, so do we want to do Brazil or do we want to try Mexico again? We could do. I would like to see the new revamp of the economic system. Sure, yeah, we could. So the thing is that the new revamp of the economic system, it's going to be hard to do a lot with one of the smaller countries really quickly, but we can still play around with one of them. They're still like powerful, right? Brazil's GDP isn't quite Egypt's, but there's a lot more arable land here. Yeah, 1.8 versus 476. I don't know if this seems wrong, right? Like in EIC has 3.36k arable land versus 1.8 for Brazil. Yeah, let's play Brazil. All right. So anytime you're playing Brazil, like I think the most important thing is to make sure that you recruit a third general, so that way you can do some naval invasions. But of course, why don't we set up our outliner? Every time you'll want to set up your outliner. They've got the politicians tab. Oh, absolutely, they've got politicians now. Absolutely. So this is something that I think is probably going to be fleshed out a little more moving forward. My cat has found a moth, and she's going to be howling at it in the background, so I apologize for that. But yeah, well, so Council Republic with apparently the demand for whatchamacallit, for cooperative ownership actually apparently doesn't work yet because they haven't set it up, but hopefully in the future. I mean, we could switch into we could use corn laws just to switch into free trade instead of mercantilism. That wouldn't be bad. So there's so many politicians because there are any of the politicians that aren't the rulers or the leader of their IGs, they're still listed. So that way you can understand who else might succeed to being the leader of an IG, right? At least that's my understanding. All right, yeah, you know what? Agrarian Party is 71. 71. 71. I mean, we don't have to bring the landowners in, but they would be useful from the perspective of just getting some stuff passed. Yeah, all right, let's bring them in, pass free trade, and then we'll bring the rural folk in. We're gonna go ahead and do we're gonna recruit another general. That's, I think, probably the most important thing here. And I think we're gonna recruit this as a, well, no, he's a traditionalist. I guess it doesn't matter. So here are the possible leaders, right? When we're recruiting a general. Now there are 3 that are available instead of just 2, which I think is a pretty meaningful upgrade. Hello, Susie. And I think it's important to also keep in mind not just the interest group, but also the personal ideologies of the leaders you're looking at. And in this case, we have a rural folk character who is a traditionalist, which, given that we're going to be working with the intelligentsia a lot, is a little dangerous. But I think that overall I'm happier empowering the rural folk than I am empowering the landowner. So we'll do that. The only downside is that when we switch into free trade, it's gonna it's gonna piss off the rural folk quite a lot. But that's it's okay. That sounds like a skill issue for them. And then we'll mobilize all our generals, and we will go ahead and activate conscription centers, and we will send some dudes to some fronts to just protect, and then somebody else will just naval invade. We didn't get any defense skills. All right, cool. Well, that's fine. We go like this, go naval invasion here with Brandon. Let's finish setting up our budget, and then we can get this show on the road. Yeah, this is where I really wish that they had shown us infrastructure, because there's some infrastructure problems as Brazil at the beginning of the game, and we do not have access to railroads, at least not for a little while. Yeah, we'll do road maintenance in Rio also. I really hate stranding them, but sometimes it's what you gotta do. And Minas Gerais. This is... Are you fixed on... No, you're still not gonna be fixed on your infrastructure. Jeez. Jeez, buddy. Alright. Well, in that case, we're gonna need to pick up empiricism first, because we do... Anytime you have voting... and you don't have empiricism, it means your intelligentsia can't form a party, so you do need to take empiricism first. And then we really can't even use corn laws yet. Alright, well, we literally can't even use corn laws yet. So maybe we don't set that up, because we don't have free trade, and I don't think we want to switch out of agrarianism. So yeah, we'll just run this. That's fine. It's a contested government, but that's fine. We didn't build anything. And you can be in iron frames. And then we'll import some iron to fix that. And I guess we'll bolster the intelligentsia. And we'll set up a services consumption tax. Okay, that's fine. It's a reasonable distribution of resources here. Grau Para has declared us their rival. Unbelievable. Is there anybody we can... Any laws we can work on from this perspective? We could try to pass schools. Schools wouldn't be bad. It would be expensive in terms of bureaucracy, but that's okay. Ultimately, we need to end slave trade. That is going to be important for us. But while we're in slave trade, I guess we should make sure that we have our interests in the right location. So as Brazil, maybe we want to just go ahead and puppet somebody out here. Or maybe we just fight the Netherlands for control of Dutch Guyana. It's like unlikely that they're going to be able to stop us. And we could build some more construction. All right. Yeah, put a couple more construction in, and then do we have academia already? We do have academia. Do we have a level 2? We do. So we probably started. Yeah, we can't use the cool academia event, unfortunately. but that's okay. It's to be expected. And we'll build a couple more government administration buildings in the capital because we do need more bureaucracy. And we can kick up the speed. Alright, so it looks like we are going to beat Puritini. And then we can naval invade Graupera. Yeah, we'll do that once we've defeated Puritini. I guess we have occupied part of the Wargle, so we don't even necessarily need to be attacking here. Yeah, we've occupied part of the Wargle, so we'll go ahead and send this guy to standby. Once he's done losing this battle, there you go. And that'll force Puritini to either attack us or accept that they are losing taking war score. Either way works for us, because now we can do naval invasion here with our second character. So if you're building an agrarian society, we do need to be aware of our demand for import-export. We're going to need to fix our iron mines, but we can't build them in Minas Gerais. So I guess we could build up in Sao Paulo instead. That'd be okay. I wouldn't hate that. If we're going to build up Sao Paulo, then we might as well build a construction sector there too. I'm not going too crazy on the construction sectors, just because I do want to be cognizant of our budget. It's not enormous as Brazil, but it's big enough that it can support a couple of construction sectors off the bat pretty easily. Like we'll have only on high taxes, we'll be running up against our gold reserve limit with a couple of extra construction sectors on the book. Haha, take that, Graupera. Just split your stack, you'll be fine. Or don't. Just let us fully occupy you. That would be even better. So let's see. We do need more bureaucracy in order to do a whole bunch of trading. But man, we really need some tech too. Maybe we put some more universities in Rio anyway, just for teching purposes. Because our economy could be bigger, and we could be using more weekly innovation. We could have an education system on the books. And I guess important to note that, of course, we will end up getting an influx of GDP and pops and whatnot when we annex these guys, which will increase our gold reserves limit, because we'll have more buildings that we can draw against or build up against. Hey, you gonna, yeah, annex Puritini, good. Ragamuffin War. So we could integrate them and get 50 prestige, which is a pretty big deal. Or ostracize them and get 50 prestige. Okay, so we get radicals or we get bureaucracy penalty. I don't know. Our bureaucracy is not very big. We can integrate them. Yeah, we also 10% radicals wouldn't be like the end of the world. All of our IGs aren't super angry. So yeah, ostracize them. They're not that mad. Not yet. Not yet. Alright, so we just increased the size of our economy pretty meaningfully. Let's see if we can build another university up. Because I really don't want to have to lower our taxes in order to avoid going above gold reserve cap, but I also don't want to build our construction so large that our economy explodes. Puritini was independent for about 10 years in real life. Jeez. Like, I know that the Ragamuffin War basically had been going on for a little while by 1836, So Pedro II, he was the monarch starting in 1831 after the abdication of his dad, who went back to Portugal to overthrow their uncle and reinstall Queen Maria, our sister, as the Queen of Portugal. And so, of course, there was a 5-year old in charge of Pedro at that point, or in charge of Brazil at that point. And so a lot of people tried to use that as an opportunity to either overthrow the government or just make it so they didn't have to like pay taxes and be a part of the normal economic behaviors of the nation. Yeah, I think we could pass private schools. I think that'd be fine. I don't think that would make anybody super duper angry. And we'll increase this to ports. We could do cannon artillery for everybody. Do we have easy access to tools? We have no access to tools. All right, let's import some from Argentina. But we are gonna need to fix up some stuff here before we can go on any sort of agricultural expansion spree. Yeah. Oh my god, are we gonna have to lower taxes? Are we gonna have to lower taxes? Unbelievable. I guess we could technically just add more construction here in Sao Paulo. I wouldn't hate it. Because we do need to also identify a location for a tool manufacturing and get that going. Pernambuco does have the most, I think it has the most opportunity here. So yeah, we'll build up construction a little bit more there. We also don't have like an infinite number of pops here in Sao Paulo to build up our iron mine. So it's a slow expansion, but we'll get there. Don't pay any attention to the loyalists. That number doesn't matter. Francisco, have you seen any of the After the End content? So like we're not going to be filming a bunch of After the End content right now just because I'm having a lot of stability issues and it's bumming me out. But like After the End, it's very clear that in that mod for CK3 that the mod developers did a really great job. Oh, all right. So no, Max, we're mostly just doing like exploration at this point. I did very briefly look through and look at the arable land. I think that the arable land rework is a little too much in the other direction. So like Mekong, for instance, has 44 arable land here. Part of the balance when it comes to any sort of construction in Victoria 3 is that by the mid-late game, you really do want to have size 51 buildings, because size 51 buildings maximize your throughput bonus, right? But if you have 44 arable land, you literally can't hit throughput bonus on one agricultural building, which means that the number of people who are working in agriculture in 1.2 is extremely limited just because you can't build enough buildings. And so I think that probably needs to be rebalanced because it doesn't feel right how small it is. They are apparently ditching some of Zach's family history. Zachariah does still exist in After the End, so there is a small Muslim minority here in California, but it's not. It doesn't seem like the Abbas dynasty was the ruler in Southern California. We'll see. Yeah, the U.S. has a lot more land. Yeah, they created a lot of really fun stuff in Rio de la Plata, Francisco, but not just in Rio de la Plata. Like the entirety of South America is really well fleshed out, and I really do want to play a lot in South America and in CK3 After the End. But like I said, we're having stability issues, so it really can't be recorded on, unfortunately. At least not for me, not right now. But yeah, they have Argentina really does reference 19th century quite a lot. Tawantinsuyu references the Inca Empire. There's a resurgence of the Amazonian, like native indigenous peoples, and a lot of it is in ways that I think make sense because of the societies that would probably survive an apocalypse. It's sort of like a post apocalyptic setting rather than a post apocalyptic setting, because it doesn't have like, you know, a Mad Max vibe. It has Canticles for Leibowitz as the vibe, right? Very, very explicitly, very intentionally, that's the vibe. Who else could we be doing trade with? Yeah, the have any of you guys listened to the Revolutions podcast by Mike Duncan? If you've not listened to the Revolutions podcast by Mike Duncan, you really should. It's fantastic. It communicates really effectively, like the history of the 19th century or not just the 19th, but especially the section on the revolutions in South America. Really does a great job of painting a portrait of not just the territories and the people, but also like the individuals who are a part of it. But it does a really good job talking about the social history too. But if you like social history, then you should listen to the China History podcast by Laszlo Montgomery. That is like the best social history out there. All right, so we have a little construction queue built up, but I think we probably need even more iron, and we need more tools too. And we can't expand in Minas Gerais until we get railway online, at least not profitably. And Rio is running out of pops to work with, so yeah, I guess it's gonna be a tool industry in Pernambuco. I think a size 3 tool industry with iron tools is gonna be more than enough. It's probably actually gonna be too much. Yeah, we'll start with 2. We'll start with 2. But then we also have to expand our iron. And this is like the like frustrating thing when you're trying to play Agrarian is is it appropriate for us to be building all these iron mines? I don't know, but it is necessary. I don't know if it's appropriate, but it is absolutely necessary. Can we slip another construction sector in? Maybe. Maybe we can just move the road maintenance from Rio. Do you still have enough infrastructure? You do. Cool. All right, sweet. So yeah, we'll just move the road maintenance. I wish that there was a way to display like the images here without slowing stuff down, but I really do think that one of the biggest changes they made in 1.2 in terms of performance is that now you don't have like 5,000 icons just clogging up your construction queue all the time, and that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Yeah, we'll push those to the bottom. Get your construction online. In this time lapse, Argentina was not a unified country. Yeah, in this time lapse, Argentina has been struggling to expand into Mapuche, but this is actually not like. Oh, you think they're going to re-implement it without the lag? That would be a big deal. If they were able to re-implement it without lag, that would be huge. Yeah, we'll spend a little bit of money for the Liberal Party. That's fine. And then we can move the construction thingy to Pernambuco. 2 tools is going to be more than enough, I think. I hope. I hope. A level 2 tools feels like it should be good. But we definitely need way more iron. That's our big constrictor on our construction right now. We don't really need to be building any more construction sectors. We just need to be making sure that we're eliminating the input good shortages on them. All right, so we got stock exchanges spreading to us, and now we can move into railway. Yeah. There we go. Hobbs bomb. No, I haven't. What, Max, what is that, what is it a, like a book? Is it a series of books? Oh yeah, there's no single entity in Argentina in 1836 for sure. Like this is essentially Romance of the Three Kingdoms in Argentina at this point. I would love to see a like something equivalent to RTK out of Paradox at some point in the future, or better, something equivalent to Warring States or Spring and Autumn period. But yeah, there's like a bunch of these guys here. Oh man. Yeah, no, I haven't read it. I think the last I think the last actual history book that I read was probably like 5 or 6 years ago, which makes me feel like such an idiot. But you know, I've been working in food service for so long that it kind of turned me off of it. But that's something that I can fix. That is something I can fix. Oh man, I gotta check that out. Like I have the opportunity to. We could yeah, we could enter the British Customs Union. They're not asking us to be a protectorate. I would not hate being part of the British Customs Union because now our iron is completely fixed. Not a problem. All right, so now we just need to build wherever there are the most pops. All right, let's build in Pernambuco. So we still want to be cognizant that, you know, we want to make sure that our economy functions once we leave the British economy. And so we don't want to have, like, way too much reliance on their dyes and silks. So, like, a lot of the history that I did was not the sort of thing that would be covered by the biggest historians. I did a lot of like you would call it early modern world, but like I did not do a lot of European history outside of just things for fun. I did a lot of studying in this slice right here, because this is where the humans live, right? If you wanna study human history, you study especially right here. You study right here if you want to know how humans live on Earth. Then that's where they are. I gotta read it then. I mean, I've got the time. Like, I'm doing this air quotes full time, but uh, some days are more full time than others for sure. Mm-hmm. Wait, this doesn't piss anybody off anymore? Oh, weird. All right, well that doesn't seem to annoy anybody anymore. I'm not entirely sure why. All right, so let's start setting up an agricultural economy here. We need to create SOL death traps, but that's gonna be kind of tricky. I guess we could just use a bunch of tools. Yeah, we could make hardwood. We could use the British market for a little bit without feeling too bad. Are we good on construction? Probably not. Probably not. I think we can construct more. All right, right, so we got 5 queued up. We can probably do a couple of more levels of tools in Pernambuco. But, like, unfortunately, there really isn't any way to be meaningfully participatory in any sort of economy in Victoria 3 without having access to tools. But I don't think that's, like, inherently unrealistic. Dragoonity, which podcast have you been listening to? Because if you haven't listened to the China History podcast by Laszlo Montgomery, you should. It's not structured the same way as some of the other histories. So, like, he does do episodes where he just does, all right, here's the history of the Qing dynasty from a political standpoint. But more what he'll do are, like, interesting flavor social histories. So he has, like, a 10-part series on the history of tea and, like, an 11-part series on the history of like Chinese philosophy, and a really long history series on Zhou Enlai specifically. And I think that gives a very different feel and a very different take on a lot of the histories that you can encounter pretty easily out there. Yeah, all right, fine. I said we're not going to rely on their resources, but if you're in the British market, you might as well upgrade your methods of production, right? Yeah, except for the glass, because that would crush stuff. But we could use some coal. Whatever, we can use some coal. And we can use some secular administration, because we just want to empower the intelligentsia, right? All right, so we have the rural folk demanding control of the government. I don't know about that. There are a lot of really good ones. Yeah. I think if you haven't listened to what else is good? Here locally, there are a couple of podcasters in North Carolina who work on stuff like that. I don't think we're gonna piss off the intelligentsia any more than we already have. Sorry. How many of the characters at Game Start as Brazil are historical characters? Does anybody know? Because, like, knowing which ones are real and fixed is actually really helpful when it comes to planning stuff out. And so I like to know if somebody's a real life person, a reliable character. So is Pernambuco, we could do cotton. Cotton with cotton gin on the books isn't offensive. I just don't like building agricultural buildings this early, unless I need to. All right, Walker, you're doing an agricultural stream. Build 5 cotton plantations. Stop complaining about it. It's not. It can't be that bad. It can't be that bad, right? Empowering the landowners. Walker, what are you doing? Oh, we finished. Oh man, we could be in corn laws like a long time ago, huh? Oh, the intelligentsia wants to join the Liberal Party. Oh, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. We can do this. Intelligentsia is Liberal Party and Catholic Church, and now we can go ahead and set up. It's literally just called the Revolutions Podcast by Mike Duncan, but if you just search for Revolutions Podcast, you'll find it. All right, we got corn laws open, but oh right, we can't use it. Wait, how are we able to use corn laws inside of a market? Because we're absolutely part of the British Customs Union now. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but if that is intentional, then that's a huge buff to corn laws. I sort of accidentally joined the British market there, but holy crap, if you can use corn laws while being part of another market, that's huge. It looks on the surface to be a strange Liberal Party, except that this is a reformer. And so because we've got a reformer here, the Catholic Church is way, way more open to working with the intelligentsia than they would be otherwise, right? Because they're gonna agree on way more things now. Like they're going to be online with each other in regards to rights of women. Yes, and they'll be, I assume, both in favor of compulsory private schools. Whoa, does the intelligentsia not care about about compulsory schooling? Nope, doesn't look like they care about compulsory schooling. So I don't know. We'll find out. Well, it does seem, you're right. That does seem a little strange, but not apocalyptically so. All right, good. We got a new leader, and now we have the Conservative Party here that we could switch into free trade with. That would radicalize the trade unions and anger the rural folk, but it wouldn't cause them to start a revolution, so that's good enough for me. Yeah, not all can spawn all ideologies, but I think the Catholic Church should be able to spawn reformers, because there have been reformers coming out of the devout in real life. This is very strange that we're able to work on corn laws while being a subject of someone, but it's okay. We will expand our growth anyway. Boy, we need more construction. We need more construction. Yeah, we have to spread it out a little bit simply because we don't have a lot of pops in any individual territories, but that's okay. I don't mind. I have no idea how free trade is going to operate here, because we can't. Can we import stuff as a what? Import from. Okay, so we can import it to the British market, but it costs our convoys and bureaucracy. Okay, that, you know, I think that's fine. I think if that's what they're doing, then that's fine. That also gives you like a lot of control over. Oh man, actually that. If you can conduct your own, let's switch countries over to EIC very briefly to see if being a dominion makes it so you can't control your own trade. No, you can control your trade as a dominion. Ooh. All right. Well, if you can control your trade as a subject of somebody, then it's conceivable that being agrarian while a subject is a much more viable strategy than I thought. Because I thought that, like, you know, in 1.1, if you were a subject, then because you're not the market owner, you could not set up trade routes, and therefore you couldn't affect the price of goods inside of your market beyond building stuff. But here, I don't know if this is intentional or accidental on the part of 1.2, but I kind of hope that it's intentional, because it looks like we could influence the cost of goods inside of our market by utilizing our own bureaucracy and convoys, and therefore we can actually like intentionally increase the price on sugar here. Right, we could sell, hopefully we can sell some of this sugar to Prussia, Sicily, and Austria, and then we'll see. Right, we need to build stuff. Build stuff, Walker. Jesus Christ, build stuff. Maybe we should build some more cotton, I guess. I mean, cotton's not bad when you have access to cotton gin and don't yet have access to rail. Cotton's not bad. Cotton's not bad. Yeah, all right, we'll build 5 in Para. Atmo engine's good. We'll take the tech, though. And we'll drop a 5 stack of coal there. Inside the British market, we do want to be careful, because it seems as though things are fixed largely, but I don't want to assume that they're permanently fixed. Oh, we'll just take extra. I don't want to drop to a minor power, but we'll just take extra movement there. Free trade party. Oh, if we kick them out, bring them in. Nope. Reset. All right, so if we want to reform the government into something that can actually get free trade past. Does this get us enough legitimacy? No. No. Oh no. Well, the election looks like it broke our free trade effort, or at least prevents us from doing it on high taxes. We can do it here. If we get that through at minus 26k, we'll be okay. We could do some luxury taxes. Consumption taxes, never bad. But we want to make sure that we still have access to the resources we need for the methods that we're using in our buildings, because we don't want to make it so that when we leave the British market, either for better or for worse, that demand collapses on everybody's, because that would be bad. That would be really bad. Yeah, troubling development. Sure. God's will. Ooh. Yeah, we could add some movement here. I guess the Liberal Party is kind of who we're trying to work with. Yeah. Liberal and free trade. Those are the parties we want to work with, ideally. So we might have our legitimacy fixed up in 9 days. Yep, there it is. Good. No problem. No problem. But yeah, if we're gonna have really profitable agricultural buildings, I guess we could do citrus orchards, harvesting tools. Yeah, let's just use tools and everything. Make sure that they are as productive as humanly possible. Um, 10%. Yeah, alright, we'll just take enactment success chance. Always be working on that enactment success chance. That's the real secret. And now, because we're still using agrarianism, but agrarianism can spend IP on logging, right? Robert Blaine. No, wait, what? Could have sworn we could build it on logging. No, maybe that's cooperative ownership. Yeah, they can do forestries. Oh, they can do forestries. Agrarianism says forestries. This is not logging. All right. I think absolutely, Max. I think that there's no reason that they couldn't tell you that somewhere. The issue, of course, is that maybe you'd have like another separate tab, like goods within market. You always gotta get your laws done. Just get your laws done. Get your laws done as early as possible, as quickly as possible. Because the number of times that I've seen this go all the way up to 90% drives me crazy. And so I just want to get it to 90% as quickly as possible, right? Just get it done. Just get the law done. Just get the law done. There we go. Free trade. Oh baby. Into the corn laws. Let the grain trade begin. Good. And now I'm kind of curious. Can we continue to find good exports for sugar? No. How about for our coffee? Because if we export the coffee, it's like purely good for us. Not great for the other people in the market, but it's all upside here. And we're also like just straight up not using the hardwood, but the British are. I wonder if there's anything else that we can... yep, meat. We can export meat to Sing. Can we get any money here? Ooh. I wonder if this export gives us money or if it gives Great Britain money. I'm actually not sure. Because we're taking British goods and we're selling them with our bureaucracy, so it feels like if we're not getting money off of this, that's okay. Let's see, we should be able to check our trade centers. That's where we can see if they're actually, if they own these if they own those trade routes or not. Para and Rio, Pernambuco. Let's see. Because this would be really interesting if you could be, if intentionally you could be exporting this stuff. Wow. Oh my god. Yeah. All right, cool. So check it out. We can be part of the British market. Again, this might not be intentional, but it kind of feels like it is. As part of the British market, we can take our own convoys and bureaucracy and take the luxury clothes that the British are making and just export them to people. Now, we can't do that with the luxury furniture. We did it with luxury clothes. Sir, can we export more opium? No. But we can maybe import fine art profitably. Yeah, sure, we can import fine art profitably. So you can do a lot more as subjects now. Because, you know, trade is open. If trade is open to you as a subject, then you can definitely make agrarianism tick. So I think probably you do need to still have more arable land in the game, because we are going to be basically out of arable land all game. If you're trying to go big on your agricultural side of things. But it does seem like we can. It does seem like we can, because we can import-export in order to control prices. And that's really all you need. So I'm excited to see where that goes. Consider this is sort of like just a dry run for what we're doing, probably as our next 1.2 campaign. I'm not sure which country we're going to play as, but we're going to try to make agrarianism work. But if you can do stuff like this as a subject, yeah, we can boost UK industry, but two, and this is like way more important as a subject, especially as somebody like EIC who has an infinite number of pops. You can use your bureaucracy and your convoys to make jobs by taking goods from the British and just selling them. And therefore you employ people in your trade centers, and your trade centers, of course, they're going to be giving people really good jobs with pretty reasonable workforce wages. And if you can get into a better ownership than merchant guilds, because you get out of mercantilism, then you can get tons of money. The automated construction seems to be working. I think the biggest barrier for me right now in regards to this is just the visual breakdown. It needs to be bigger, or my brain just needs to be retrained to it, because the amount of time that there's nothing in government construction is a little embarrassing. But it's just because I'm used to seeing the icons, and I just need to recalibrate my my visual expectations. Yeah, you can make a super strong petit bourgeoisie if you have a lot of trade going on, and you have a really big mercantilism set up. All right, I think we need to build some steel. Walker, you're doing this all wrong. You said you were gonna make us an agrarian economy, but I promise we're only doing this because we have to. Only doing this because we have to. Yeah, this should be a button. I agree, 100%. This should be a button. I should click on this and it should open private constructions, and I should click on this and it opens government constructions. Instead, you have to click here, which I guess is still the same thing, but like this could all be one big button, right? All be one big button. And I know that somebody else was complaining about it, but I think it's a valid criticism. Yeah, I saw that OPV did that. OPV makes some pretty interesting content for sure. He's making videos where he's definitely using the autonomous. But I think that autonomous construction I think it's flavorful. I think it should definitely be in the game. I think it should be something that most countries have to rely on. But government spending is part of world history too, right? Kind of impossible to deny that. I don't think that was the point of the video, though. I think the point of the video was to, you know, make fun, to have good fun, rather. And I think he did that. I think he did that. I think the really good video, if none of you guys have seen it, OPV interviewed Mikhail Anderson, the game director for Victoria 3. It's like 50 minutes long. It is 1,000% worth watching. Like, frankly, if you leave the stream right now to go watch that, I won't be offended. It's a very good video. It gives me a lot of hope for the game moving forward. Not necessarily because it's like full of false promises, but because it's full of a discrete understanding of the complications of the game, in a way that makes it really clear that not only are a lot of people at Paradox working very hard on the game, but they're working very smart on the game too. One Proud Bavarian's another. He's a several orders of magnitude more famous Paradox YouTuber than me. And he makes a lot of really interesting videos. He does a lot of stuff where he's like reading and responding to the patch notes. And so if you know, are out walking around and don't want to stare at your phone, but you want to know more about the patch notes, I guarantee you that you're not going to find a better video. Let's see here. What are we doing? We're trying to build an agricultural building, but an agricultural economy, but we haven't unlocked pump jacks yet. So we should do that. Let's get some more techs. We can, let's just get intensive and then nitro, and then I guess we'll do steam donkey, dynamite, pump jacks. That looks like a reasonable queue. Because I don't want to be doing level 3 production technologies too early, because they're really, really slow to chew through if you don't have a lot of the level 2 production technologies done. But we're working on 1, 2, 3, and then we might get tech spread on some of the other ones. We need faster technology. That's the other thing we need. We need faster technology, Walker. You need schools, Walker. You need schools. How you expect people to give you good technology if you're not even going to give them schools? Jeez. All right. Well, I guess we could do private schools. I don't know. Public schools is also okay. Like, I don't really care that much about pissing off the Catholic Church at this point. I think we're okay. I think we're all right on that front. But yeah, we won't switch into laissez-faire. This is probably the strongest way to do it. But we are going to be trying to mostly build agricultural buildings and trying to make them profitable. All right, yeah, it looks like cotton remains the prime thing here, and that makes sense because we do have cotton gin early on, right? Cotton gin is a very powerful technology at the beginning of the game. Very strong, very strong. All right, yeah, this is okay. That's a construction sector queued up, I think. Ooh, yeah, sure, we could get more radicals. Radicals are cool. Oh. IG configurations in this. Well, so if you have very strange IG configurations, then I guess you should ask yourself why. I mean, I don't even necessarily find rural folk and PBs being strong in the mid to late game as necessarily a bad thing. If they did anything to increase the attraction, let's see. So normally, one of the most important things that people like don't pay any attention to is the types of pops who can actually be attracted to specific interest groups. And so like you'll see a lot of people go through and just like bolster their industrialists, but most of the time that doesn't really accomplish a lot, because the industrialists, for instance, can only attract capitalists, engineers, and shopkeepers. Now, you can increase the attraction of those 3 pop types to the industrialists by bolstering them. But generally speaking, if you want to increase the clout of the industrialists, then you just want more capitalists, and then like destroy the political enemies of them using suppression. So that way you can get whatever things the capitalists demand through a lot easier, and then you can get your clout up like way faster than trying to suppress them. France wishes us to change their customs union. Well, listen, bro, I imagine you probably do, but and I do appreciate the offer, but a lot of our people have jobs selling British clothes right now, so I'm gonna have to decline. But thank you. I'm so flattered. I'm so flattered. The other thing we could do is like, oh wait, not a oh right, because we're in the French market. Can we gimp the EIC by exporting their silk? Maybe we're not supposed to be able to do this as a subject. I don't know. It seems pretty funny that we can do that. Oh, I haven't seen any big graphical changes in regards to that. Although, oh, look at this. Look how fast we're zooming. It's 1844 and we're zooming in and out on the map like it's not, like it's literally nothing. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. There's some rail. Ooh, there's some rail. Check out the choo-choos. Those are fun. Yeah. All right, cool. And they're even transporting specific goods, right? They're transporting a whole bunch of coal, and they're moving straight through each other. I just, like, everything else aside, I don't even care if the AI or any of that is, like, meaningfully improved. I get the impression that it probably is based off of the GDP and construction sectors that we're seeing out of the AI. But, like, the biggest barrier for me, at least, in recording Victoria 3 over, like, the last month was that performance was awful in the late game. That's solved here by performance not being, like, available in the late game because the private constructions break. But also, like, even the performance in the mid game was pretty, it was either choppy or chuggy and slow, and it was just frustrating to record on. It's really just the long and short of it. It was frustrating to record on, but this is insanely smooth. So I'm gonna be doing a lot of Victoria 3. I'm also gonna do Spellforce Conquest of EO, because I got A, they gave me the game for free, but B, it's actually really fun. If you have any interest in 4X games, then you should check that out whenever I start releasing them, because you get to play as a necromancer, and that's one of the two best schools. Best schools of magic. Best schools of magic. Divination is the best school of magic. Don't at me. If I want to do damage, then I'm not going to cast Fireball. I'm gonna play a monk. Magic is about doing weird stuff. Best level 1 spell in all Dungeons and Dragons, by the way, is always sleep. If it's ever available, it's always sleep. So can we continue to just expand our cotton and then export it? I mean, like, I wouldn't hate doing that, actually. If we make 11 productivity cotton plantations, that looks on the surface to be extremely miserable, but these are only 150 construction points, and they take 1 infrastructure, and so we get that 10 to 11 job a lot faster than we would get this, like, 30 job. And this 30 job is contingent upon having steel somewhere. Although it is 30, that's the problem, is that tools are just so goddamn... It's so good. Tools are so good. Tools are so good. All right, fine. We'll build our tools a little more, just a little more. Don't tell my mom. She'll be so disappointed. Walker, you said you were going to be building an agricultural building, and here you are building more tools. Why are you doing this? I mean, all right, we could we're already really happy with the intelligentsia, but I guess I want to ensure that they are happy, so that way we can make sure that we have, oh man, so we have high government wages, Dedoy, so that way we can make sure they have as much money as possible, so that way they be powerful. And then if they are powerful, then their migration attraction will be 50% instead of 25 Dedoy. And that's why you always leave a note. And that's why you always leave a note. Ooh, oh, holy crap. Oh my god. Did you guys just see that? Postal savings. The text on postal savings is different now. You get 15% farmers investment pool contribution efficiency and shopkeeper investment pool efficiency. Holy crap. Some of these texts have gotten like a lot better. All right. Anybody else know any other texts that have gotten just like considerably better in 1.2? I don't necessarily want to redo the critical technology series, but if there are a couple of them like postal savings that get a huge upgrade in terms of this, that's definitely worth knowing about. Is there a way to display like who's contributing to your investment pool? Anybody know that? Buildings adding money to the investment pool. I don't particularly care about the buildings that are adding to the investment pool. I mean, that's like partially useful information, but the really useful information isn't the building, it's the ownership type. Well, I don't know. If we wanted more contribution here, I guess we would. Agrarianism doesn't really care about shopkeepers versus. It cares a little bit about capitalists, I guess. But shopkeepers don't naturally add, other than maybe that tech spread. I don't know. That I'm really curious to see how that actually works. Who still is owned by merchants? Shipyards. All right. Bahia is not at maximum cash reserves and therefore is not paying out dividends, and so would not have easy access to, or any access to IP anyway. We could potentially add rail, but rail is expensive. Yeah, I think in order to build up an agricultural industry, you do need a couple of things. And I think one of the things that we need for sure is a territory that we own that we can build industrial things in. Because we want to make sure that we build them up as quickly as we can without necessarily giving them political power, if we want to make sure that the rural folks stay strong, right? Like if East India Company were to annex part of India, and then just industrialize the crap out of it, but not core it, then that would be a way to do it. Or they could industrialize the crap out of Burma. That could also do it. But I think you need a place that you don't incorporate, that you can build, the buildings you want to be working on in. Oh look, the Catholic Church and the landowners have reorganized things, and now we have industrialist intelligentsia and liberal party instead of Catholic Church intelligentsia. All right, well, listen, he can say whatever he wants to. Agrarianism can get some small bonuses if they want. But one of the things that has been rebalanced for the people who are like late to the party is that market liberal now is even more bananas good. Endorses serfdom abolished. So is anybody who doesn't actually, I don't know, has anybody tested if isolationism works? Can you use corn laws in isolationism? Because the little journal entry says you can, but I don't know if I believe it. Tooling workshops, all right, fine. It's like, Walker, just Just accept that you're gonna have to build some tooling workshops. This is where the money is. This is where the productivity is. This is what we want to be building. How can you maximize the productivity? Yeah, I think you just need more arable land. I think that's part of the other thing is for agrarianism to work well, you need insanely huge number of farmers. All right, so our leaders died. Yeah, get a determined haughty youngster. Oh, a jingoist. All right, sure. Environment by oh, that would be cool if they had that in there. That'd be cute. All right, yeah, let's go the Liberal Party only. Get out of here, Conservative Party. We used you for what we needed you to be used for. Just making the landowners mildly happy. Oh, right, we should have ended slave trade. Dedoy. All right, well, let's go to legacy slavery. Yeah, go ahead and start your preserve slave trade movement. Go crazy. Are these guys in favor of ending the slavery? I think they are. Yeah, they are in favor of ending slavery. Oh wait, no. They only care about debt slavery. They only care about debt slavery? Agrarians, why you gotta be like this? If you cared about other forms of slavery, then we would be friends. But as it stands, not right now. But that is another way to get a lot of extra value out of your farming is make sure that you're not in slavery. You want to make sure you're not in slavery. You want to make sure you're not in serfdom. Slavery is actually worse for agro than serfdom because slaves can really diminish your ability to actually have a standard of living, which if you're going to be building like not cotton but tea or tobacco, then you literally can't get anywhere with mostly slaves. You need your pops to be demanding to buy these goods. Yeah, this is rough. This is rough. Increasing demand for agricultural buildings on their own, not that useful. But if we have the ability to export stuff, then it can be okay. Export a little bit of sugar to France and Russia. Oh, the landowners never stop wanting slavery even after you get out of slavery. That does not seem intentional. Let's see, can we export fabric to anybody? No. And we can't really compete with India for dye. I guess we could build more tea or more coffee. I don't know. I mean, cotton's still the highest expected productivity, and that is generally what you want to be building. Generally speaking, what you want to be building is the thing that makes you the most money. And if we're going to be following that general statement, then this does make sense. We will build a... Oh, God, we should build some rail. We should build some rail. Good. And we'll build level 1 rail here, and... there's some coal and some iron, so yeah, we'll build one in Sao Paulo. But I just want to make sure that we have a little bit of rail on the books, because rail is going to dramatically shift around money for us. Oh, hey, wait, what? I mean, the landowners are already kind of mad, but that sounds like a skill issue for the landowners. We actually probably could have just gone straight for slavery banned, because if the landowners rebel against us, then it should be pretty easy for us to pull the British in. And we'll just reduce taxes for now. Oh, all right. So does anybody know what happened? Is the Hindustan trigger a revolt in EIC? Any revolt in EIC? Because did anybody play EIC in 1.0 or 1.1? Because in 1.0 and 1.1, you could break the journal entry for EIC by just triggering an aristocratic revolt of any kind. But it looks like it's possible that now Hindustan fires alongside any sort of rebellion, possibly. Because normally this is 2 decades, right? Let's see what EIC tells us when we switch over to them. Journal entry, Sepoy Mutiny. Okay, if there's a secession movement, then they can get this. Huh. Alright, interesting. It looks like EIC definitely has been reworked. And if you can control your own trade as a subject, which it looks like you can, then it looks like EIC is probably like the easiest thing to play big aggro with. Which that's not like interesting, but I think that playing around with it might be useful just to see what an agrarian society could look like. So we'll see. Maybe we'll do EIC, maybe we'll do Brazil, maybe we'll do Sikh Empire. But it is tough that there's just not a lot of arable land in the game. Not a lot of arable land in the game. Was somebody bankrolling us? Is that why we are getting all that money? Because we didn't have war reparations. Oh, we could potentially use a larger admiral, or any admiral, and then we could potentially also grab puppets, I guess. We don't necessarily need to take anybody in South America. But I mean, some of these guys might be pretty easy targets. Venezuela's 800, it's 1.6. So that one's the largest. We have legacy slavery. We did it. Sort of. We did it, asterisk. Congratulations, everybody. We did it, asterisk. Because I think that they've rebalanced stuff, and I don't know if I want to do explicitly agrarianism or cooperative ownership, but they've completely rebalanced the way that some of these economic systems work. So we're gonna do like an actual dedicated video for the new economic system laws soon. I don't know if I want to do it earlier or later into the 1.2 patch, because it's an open beta and they're obviously making updates to the game like right now. But the way that agrarianism used to work was pretty bad, because like agrarian buildings were pretty hideous due to the way that the GDP calculation works. But they've readjusted the GDP calculation to be more in line with like real life GDP calculations. And so rather than adding up the value of every good in the market, they add up the value of every end good in the market, which means that import export is generally going to be a little stronger because of the way end goods operate. Because if you sell a raw material, that's an end good, but if you consume it, then it's not an end good. And so the end good economies that are like industrial are going to end up with much smaller GDPs overall than they were. Stated GDP, like the actual size of the economy, is going to be largely the same, but the stated GDP is smaller, and therefore your prestige is smaller as well as your minting. And so if you were relying on just building up your GDP super duper high via building a bunch of industries, you can't do that anymore. You have to actually like build an economy rather than just a bunch of tooling workshops. Oh, let's see. I don't know if we do. Yeah, we have a claim on Amazon. Is that a reasonable amount of infamy yet? Oh my god, it's a reasonable amount of infamy yet. Holy cow. So oh my god, actually that's a big deal. All right. I just want to check real fast what infamy looks like as a great power trying to conquer like a nonsense. Oh, you're in something. You're in something. How can you be in a war? Stop being in wars when I'm trying to experiment with stuff, guys. Come on. Ottomans, you're still a major power. God, everyone's in a war. Everyone's in a war. I want to see how much infamy some of these things generate, but we can't start any wars. Boy. All right. But I think that any sort of infamy rebalancing in regards to reclaim state or return state is well received by me, at least, because it made no sense that it was like minus 10% infamy versus just direct take states, considering how unbelievably rare claims are. Let's see. Base value for return state is 2. Okay. Whereas conquer state for Dutch Guyana, base value for conquer state is 5. Okay. So yeah, it looks like return state is a lot better. Looks like return state is a lot better than it was in 1.1, which I think is good. It needed to be. I wonder, what about treaty ports? Treaty ports are still pretty expensive. 2. No, so that makes it costs the same amount to take a treaty port as it takes to do a return state. Let's see, what about puppeting? Yeah, base value for make puppet is 3. Okay, yeah, oh, and target contains unincorporated states. Target contain the unincorporated states? Unincorporated states cost less? Wait, no, but this didn't say target contains unincorporated states. No, it is. Target is an unincorporated state, minus 50%. Holy crap. Oh my god. Yeah, look, everything that I'm seeing so far in 1.2 looks good. 1.1 was really disappointing for me because like it looked like it was going to be good, and then I saw the patch notes and then I was sad. This looks fantastic. This looks so good. Because rebalancing infamy is absolutely critical to any sort of small state expansion. Because otherwise, when you're playing in Ethiopia, it's just like literally infinity to do unify Ethiopia. Is this still a lot? Is a homeland for Shua. Oh man. Good. This still looks a little high. This still looks a little high to me. I don't know how to reduce this even further, other than maybe remove the penalty here for being an unrecognized power. I don't know why that gives you an infamy penalty. I don't know why that would give you an infamy penalty, but for some reason it does. I think that probably should also be gone, because I think that taking steps in the right direction in regards to infamy rework is really useful. Maybe some of this stuff was already in the game. I should check in 1.1, but that cost on return state is definitely different, and I don't think that unincorporated was there, or if it was, then it certainly didn't feel as important. Because you'd see, like, trying to take parts of France in Her Majesty's government was, like, 4 billion infamy. Always. You want to take back the treaty port in Pondicherry? 27 infamy. 27 infamy. There's nobody living there. 27 infamy. 32 infamy to take back Hong Kong. Like, that did not feel right. It does. Oh, right. Every time we switch countries, we lose data here. Hi, Susie. Hello. We have a cardboard box nearby that Susie likes to scratch at just to assert dominance. Oh, the Ethiopian AI is going to be rebalanced. That would be cool. I mean, like, I think all they really need is to allow right now. What's going on in the Deep South? What is going on in the Deep South? What is going on in the Deep South? An Afro-American uprising is going on in the Deep South? All right. Well, that is pretty spicy. That is pretty spicy. Yeah, whatever. We'll start slavery band. If the landowners rise up against us, I don't care, because we can call the British in. I think. We're not going to offer them an obligation, because then they're just going to turn us into a protectorate. But if they're part of our market and they care about our people, then they will jump in when the landowners rise up. That'll be a pretty easy win for us. We could have avoided getting the landowners so angry if we'd just gone into laissez-faire, but whatever. Yeah, I love our cats. They're really fun. They're really important considering the development of my relationship with Eileen. Susie really was the reason that Eileen and I got married. She'd confirm that. So let's see. We could increase our education level. That would be okay. And law enforcement, that'd be fine. I'm not like thrilled with having a local police force on the books, but once we've defeated the landowners in this little rebellion over slavery, then we'll be fine. Yeah, keep ticking up. I don't care. Like, start your civil war. Do it. I dare you. Yeah, it's cute. Like we were roommates when we got together, but the reason that we got together was fellow love of this cat. She's an awful creature. She's miserable all the time. It's her most charming personality trait, I think. Steam donkeys, pump jacks, steam donkeys, dynamites, pump jacks. Yeah, all right. So if you're gonna go big aggro, I think maybe we also probably needed to build up our research a little faster, because we are not even at the tech cap yet. We're really far from the tech cap, and it's 1849, and we're only now getting private schools level 2 on the books. Oh, we got slavery banned. Cool. All right, well, that's going to reduce their radicalism, because that's going to reduce their wealth. Bureaucratic shortfall. Okay. Sure. Yeah, we could build up Minas Gerais. I know that at some point we're going to be able to come up with a way to get agricultural buildings to be super productive in 1.2. Probably. If not in 1.2, then definitely in something. But I suspect that probably if you want to have powerful rural folk, you need to be able to outsource your industries. And then you actually probably want, like, a relatively small population. Maybe you play in Madagascar. I don't know. Yeah, game performance is really good. It's 1849, and we can tick it up to speed 5 and let it go pretty quickly. Look at this. It's crazy how fast this is. Part of this is that I did add another 16 gigs of RAM, and going from 16 to 32 actually made a huge improvement, even in 1.1. So if you're running on 16 gigs of RAM and you want to play Victoria 3, then 1.1 at least definitely was a big deal. But 1.2 is still, even with the RAM, a lot faster than 1.1. But definitely there was an improvement even on 1.1 for me, because I got to re-record some stuff on 1.1, and it took like half the time. So that's important. That is important if you are not running with 32 gigs of RAM and you're playing Victoria 3. I don't recommend it anymore. I think it's better to just have, a good computer. Geez, Walker, you could have done that before you started streaming. You could have done that. You could have picked up these things. You could have picked up these resources here in New Granada and Peru, Bolivia. And we have the guns. We could fight them. This is, like, generally speaking, a lot more valuable to have good puppets. But yeah, everything else aside, White, like, I think that the AI definitely seems to be making good strides in the right direction in terms of its development of its economy. So it's 1849. Let's go check in on everybody's construction levels, right? The US is at 155. That's pretty good. Like, it's not like human levels, but like that's not struggling at 50 anymore. And we're at 149, 140. Yeah, so like a lot of these great powers have considerably increased their construction levels. And most of them are using them. Most of them are using them. Yeah, 19 out of 144. Okay. But yeah, like the AI definitely still has some development that needs to come. But in the meantime, yeah, double that and give it to the next person. Everybody ends up with an infinite amount of RAM. But like, I really, because we were doing this and OBS at the same time, and frequently I need to have like Chrome or something else open for various reasons. It really was struggling. The Vicky 3 would occasionally, at least in the 1880s and 1890s, for me in 1.0 and 1.1, a year sometimes took me an hour to film, depending on how much stuff I was doing and how slow the game was going. Because every once in a while I'd have like a crash to desktop. They're offering just a defensive pact. All right, whatever. But they would like, if the game crashed once, I'd have to, load it back up, and that would take 5 minutes or whatever. And then it would also typically be slow, so I'd have to restart the computer after a CTD. I think there was a memory leak, honestly. And none of that stuff is here. Like, this is just crazy smooth how fast this is. At least to me. It's like, I'm used to Stellaris. I'm used to 1.1 Stellaris, where everything is just like playing in sludge, where everything is cudgel fight by Goya. Brother, yeah, all right. Jesus Christ, these buildings are not making the money that we need them to be making. So in order to make them more valuable, we'd need to be... I don't know, actually. The AI, I suspect that it should. Panel, I think that with the rebalance of the way the number of things that are being calculated, I would expect it to be a little slower. But I haven't experienced it so far, so I can't say for sure. But yeah, I suspect there was a memory leak. I do not have firm evidence of it, but it certainly was behaving that way. Yeah, I think for sure the two DLCs that I would like to see the most, maybe 3 actually. So I haven't played Stellaris since 3.2 or something like that. So I'm pretty far back, but like if I get super duper bored, I might make some Stellaris content for the channel. But I feel like Stellaris largely for me is a game that is gonna be filed under this was a beautiful thing, and now I don't know if I can do anything else with it. Venezuela, you joined. No, you tried to join a customs union of a subject. All right, that definitely is an accident. Yeah, all right. Conservative Party get wrecked. But like Stellaris, I think the gameplay, the core gameplay loop for Stellaris is really good. I feel like that game, more than anything else, I wish had been scaled for a campaign to be over in 4 hours, maybe 5. Like, I don't know about you guys, but whenever I'm playing a grand strategy game, I want it to be something that can last for a while, but I also want it to be something that can like actually end. And so like either grand strategy games or 4X's or whatever, unless it's an explicitly narrative game, then I personally lean towards a gameplay where if I'm off or, you know, streaming all day, that I can do an entire campaign in one day. Because that's just, it feels good to me personally in terms of my timing. And I can't imagine that people who have even more complicated days with like children and stuff would be mad to have games that are shorter. See, this is why I want to be building these tooling workshops. Just look at this productivity here. God damn. I mean, part of that is also that we can't build opium and stuff, but like we can't even export this cheap coffee anywhere. So yeah, I think if you're gonna do aggro, I think a typical Stellaris game, if you're not playing, I mean, I haven't played on like 3.6 at all, but an average Stellaris game, if you're playing on speed 5 and on like a medium galaxy with a relatively high number of AI, which is the way that I like to play it, you can do one game of Stellaris in 8 hours under those circumstances, but way more frequently it ends up, at least in prior patches, where like halfway through the game the lag starts to devour your save file, and so like the last 50 years take as long as all of the rest of the campaign combined. And so unless they've fixed the performance issues in 3.5 or 6 or whatever, which again they may have, I have not played myself and cannot confirm nor deny, but unless they have, then you kind of have to just like purge your pops as much as humanly possible. Purge pops. That's the way you can keep growing in Stellaris, is avoid the death of 1,000 cuts that is lag, and play as a fanatic exterminator. Because if there's only like 600 pops in the galaxy, then it goes pretty quickly. But it's possible that that's different. It is very possible that that's different now. Where are we building all these? In the middle of Brazil. We're building a 10 stack of rice out here. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I don't hate it. Iron mines and hardwood throughput. Oof. Yeah, Brazil is really, really good. It's just here again. I just don't know. I don't know how to make agrarianism really hum. I think probably we need more arable land, and then we need to be playing in Southeast Asia. All right. Let's see. What time are we at? 2:23. 2:23. Anybody have any requests for what we do here in 1.2? Like, we've been trying to just look at agrarianism stuff, but that is not the be all end all of the rework in terms of economic systems. And I'd be happy to look for other stuff. Yeah, I mean, at some point they could do that. Ethno-states do not assimilate anybody, but ethno-states also, they don't assimilate anybody, and so then you end up with like tiny fractional minorities in locations. Although I guess the question then becomes, how do you get the tiny fractional minorities without multiculturalism encouraging people to move around? All right, you guys asked for it. -2 approval. Cooperative ownership I've not tried yet, but my understanding is that it is currently broken in this beta patch. That none of the ideologies are actually coded to encourage that behavior, and so you can't really use it yet. It's there as a promise of the future, right? Cooperative ownership is there as a promise of the future. And maybe we'll do cooperative ownership anarchy or something like that at some point in the future. That would actually probably be a way to have a really powerful rural folk. But you'd also, yeah, you just need more arable land. You need a bunch of arable land. You need to be able to build up a really big economy and then like remove all of your construction, basically. Because there is a finite amount of arable land. That's the biggest. Oh my god! But not in Brazil. What the hell? What the hell is going on down? Yeah, but now you can. So we could do Sokoto or Japan for sure. I don't know. It's just, again, if you're trying to do very fast corn laws, you can do it probably with anybody now because of serfdom abolished, right? Because all you need is mercantilism. I guess you do start in isolationism for Sokoto and Japan, and so it's not free, but you can probably get somebody to open your market by declaring war on them. As Japan, if you aren't afraid of cheesing it, then the very first thing that you do is you get into a war with UK or France, like immediately, make them set up open market as their primary war goal, and just immediately capitulate, like back down, because then you get switched into free trade ASAP, which is, yes, not good from the perspective of being able to use corn laws to increase the favorability of the landowner there, but given that apparently you can use serfdom to increase the favorability of your landowner now with corn laws, that seems fine, right? But it's not, it shouldn't be too hard, actually. Just restart Japan over and over again, where like your day one Diplo is set yourself up for a war, probably with France, because the UK has more important reasons to actually want to fight you. But if you just get somebody to do open market on you, then you should be okay. Yeah, maybe we could do that. I don't know. That'd be fun. We could demo what about really fast corn laws from out of Japan via open market. And then Japan, again, they just got like completely hosed on their arable land here. Now the problem is reversed. Oh yeah. Potential DLCs. I think one, there absolutely needs to be a potential DLC fleshing out overlord subject relationships. I would not hate to see a specific DLC that is like nominally flavored with UK, but my majority of the stuff would just be overlord vassal relationships and mechanics there. Although, if you put too much stuff that's mechanical behind a DLC line, then it can be tricky. So I think, yeah, Corn Law DLC, absolutely. No, but like subject overlord relationships, I think deserve a lot more attention than they're currently getting. And I think that a DLC would make sense there. I think also a broad East Asia flavor DLC would be really good. But I also think that like a broad flavor for like just the Southern Hemisphere in general would be really good. Because there's a lot of stuff going on in the background there that, especially like Africa, like there needs to be, if not a Congress of Berlin DLC, then just like a DLC focused on Africa entirely. Because like you can't form Uganda without going up to like 90 infamy. You can't form Ethiopia without going up to 90 infamy. That's not right. That's not right. And I think Paradox knows that's not right, and they will rebalance that at some point in the future. And that doesn't necessarily require a DLC, but if they're like, there's this DLC and it rebalances infamy in Ethiopia and you have to pay $15, but you also get some stuff, I'd buy it. But I don't have any self-control, so that seems like a skill issue, Walker. Tooling workshops. God, how are you going to give me these tooling workshops and then say, Walker, you have to build agricultural buildings, but the tooling workshops are worth 32 to 36 pounds? I'm such a fraud. I'm such a fraud. We're gonna build agricultural buildings today, everybody. 25 tooling workshops. But like, you need money to do stuff. You need money in order to do stuff in the game, and tooling workshops always make the most money. So how are you supposed to say no? How are you supposed to say no? Oh, intelligentsia is probably at 40% clout because they did well in an election and we're paying them a ton of money. Yeah, they did well in an election and we're paying them a ton of money. So, Francisco, I don't know if anybody has ever like told you this, but like, do not ever run anything in this range in government wages if you want to be working with your intelligentsia. If you want to be playing like an autocratic dictatorship that has a 4% suppressed intelligentsia, then absolutely run low government wages. But like, if you're playing a normal country in Victoria 3, you absolutely should never be running low government wages or very low. The lowest you should ever go is medium. But if you're playing a normal country, you probably want your intelligentsia to be powerful, in which case you should probably be running very high, because this gives tons of extra money to the pops associated with the intelligentsia, the government wages here. It's going to give a lot of money to people working in ports, to people working in government administrations, universities, and construction sectors. Universities and government administrations are going to be employing a lot of bureaucrats and clerks who are going to be associated with the intelligentsia. And yeah, your construction sector isn't going to be mostly that. It's going to be mostly laborers, but it's going to have bureaucrats and clerks. And then, of course, university, you're going to have academics. And depending on how you have everything set up in here, that means that any sort of government building is going to be a wealth transfer to a couple of different IGs, trade unions, if you have a lot of construction sectors set up, and through your ports. It's going to give some power to intelligentsia. It's going to give power to Catholic Church if you have the right, or air quotes, right or wrong ownership methods here. But basically, you can have an arbitrarily high intelligentsia by just building things that employ intelligentsia people and then giving them money. It does seem strange that all universities are state employees. That is true. That is true. Not all universities are state employees in real life. And that does seem like a bit of a flavor question mark. God, I don't know. Man. It seems like we can make a lot of money as a subject actually operating not an agrarian economy, but a trade economy. To be entirely honest, look how much money we can make in terms of productivity just by like buying people's ships for the market. Crazy good. Yeah, a private school's production method would be a great idea, actually. Yeah, something like I would give people Sasuke, if you're not in the official Paradox Discord, you should be there and make that as a suggestion in the feedback thread, because again, yeah, it's a Monday. No, we're not doing anything out of the normal. It's just it happens accidentally as a result, partially of an election, and then here appointed bureaucrats, and then a level 5 government wage. Like there are people who advocate running lower government wages because it allows you to increase your construction more, and we absolutely could be constructing more. I'm not playing this one very hard. We're mostly just seeing what's possible in 1.2. And you do nominally eat into your ability to expand your construction by having higher government wages, but you also are intentionally putting money into the hands of a very specific group of IGs. And depending on which IGs you're trying to work with, it can be very useful. It's a theocrat. That's fine. Whatever. All right, everybody, I'm gonna take a break real fast. I'll be back in maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Again, I drink a lot of coffee in the morning, so I apologize. We'll either continue this campaign or we'll bounce around and find something else, or we could do another AI observer thing. Like that might also be fun. I'm still struggling to try to figure out how exactly we can create a higher productivity here for our rural buildings versus the urban buildings. Maybe the goal is you don't have to. If you're running a bunch of agricultural buildings, then you're running them with the idea that you're going to get them built faster because they are fewer construction points. But then you're just creating a bunch of really fast, low quality jobs, which maybe that's good as EIC. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, it's 1.2. It's a different world. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, let's see if we got. I think we can at the very least demonstrate why there's some potential. Who has some of our useful export things? That was Pernambuco. Yeah, Pernambuco built. See, they built some. We built up a valuable amount of cotton, but because we don't have demand for the cotton, then the fabric isn't worth as much. We could export a little bit of fabric here and here, but not a lot. It's just there's really low productivity in agricultural buildings generally, so it's just hard to build an agricultural economy, kind of no matter what. Interesting. Yeah, hyped for Vicky 4. I mean, I think in some ways once 1.2. Oh, Britain is willing to open your market as Japan but not France. All right, good. Yeah, I mean, if the way that you start a campaign as Japan now is by like fighting Great Britain for open market, there are worse things you could do. And you could even try to get war reparations out of it too. Like build a one stack and then naval invade Singapore, and then demand war reparations or recognition as the main war goal, and then try to offer both. Worker co-ops give ownership shares to engineers. So worker co-ops, let's see, cooperative ownership. What it does is it unlocks a production method that is worker cooperative that gives all ownership shares to the workforce. So that should give anybody who is working in the building an ownership share. And so if the building is employing engineers, then they should get ownership shares and therefore dividends. But they've also reworked the way dividends get paid out, or the way investment pool gets paid out. So if you're in cooperative ownership here, you want to get maximized shopkeepers and farmers. Interesting. Okay. So middle managers and farmers. Farmers, let's see. Where's our population? They've tidied up and I can't find anything. Yeah, farmers get a much higher average wage and standard of living than like laborers and peasants. And so they're pretty good. They're really not an offensive pop type. The biggest problem with, air quotes, problem with farmers is that they are associated generally with rural folk. But if you're going to be working with your rural folk long term, then that's not even not even in and of itself a problem. But the other thing that's going to be holding back any sort of development of a rural folk agrarian economy is that a lot of them are going to be politically inactive, just because of the population type. Yeah, politically inactive. Not even discriminated against. Yeah, I used to play a lot of EU4, but it is kind of a mess. It's one of those games that I think probably suffered the most because of DLC bloat. Just because it is hard to like get new people involved with that game, right? Yes, you can play this game, but you have to buy all of this other DLC first. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good, for sure. Yeah, I think we probably just wanted to build up a larger university sooner with Rio, or somewhere, because I think you do just need tech, like pretty desperately, as Brazil or most of the countries that are trying to go big agro. Because you just need technology. Like that's true for basically everybody, but definitely especially true when you're trying to play a larger agronomy economy, because you got to get down to pump jacks like ASAP. You got to get automatic irrigation online. At least with CK2, I mean, I think EU4 probably has the same thing, that they have a subscription service, right? I think that's a good idea. I think that a subscription service, if you're gonna keep you know, promoting an older game like that is kind of necessary. I don't really want any of these guys, but this one is at least an experienced offensive planner. And it's a bandit, which is typically bad unless they end up as an interest group that we use. Nah, we're probably not going to use them. We'll just recruit an armed forces character. Hey, alright, cool. A royalist rural folk. Exactly what we're looking for. That's where, if you really want to, you can use your bureaucracy like the cool way and just promote the crap out of the characters that you want to work with their IGs. Yeah, I think that that's a really good step in the right direction, personally. I think subscription services for Paradox Interactive games make sense, because most people are probably not going to want to spend $300 on DLC, but they would spend $300 if you like amortized it over the course of 5 years. I mean, we could increase mortality and stuff, but we're just killing our rural folk here. We're just killing our rural folk. How can we get you guys involved? Actually, I should probably look up before filming anything. I should look up if there are any new rules in regards to the political activities of farmers. It doesn't necessarily make them more likely to coup, but it definitely makes them more likely to succeed an interest group. Because if you have a bunch of generals that are all of the same interest group and you promote one of them to like level 5 and then leave the other ones at level 1 and then like reroll, you'll end up with the level 5 in charge a lot. And I think that makes sense, right? They have the political power already in the form of their position militarily. So of course they would assume political power. Yeah, all right. Just building logging camps. Is logging camps going to help us here? Capitalists, machinists, and laborers. Not really. Not really. There is an event, A-White, where it's a very rare event, but there's an event where a military leader says, I should be in charge of this party, and then you can say, yeah, okay, you should be in charge of this party, or nah, I don't think you're ready to be in charge of this party. And that's a useful tool to have available to you, but it's not reliable. It's one of those things that shows up occasionally. Yeah, I would like to see more IG interaction for sure. That's one of the things in terms of like content that I'm looking for out of Victoria 3, not in a DLC. I think that more content in regards to the IGs is just going to be useful. But like again, the most important thing for me, at least about 1.2, is so unbelievably, this is crazy how much better this is in terms of performance. You're breaking my heart, Smalls. Why am I getting drawn to build these things? I want to build some agricultural buildings, but they're all so bad. I want to build some of these, but they're terrible. I guess we could build more grain. That's fine. Building rice farms feels okay, I guess. We can't export the fruit yet, though. This is the tricky thing, right? Applications for fruit. It covers basic food needs and luxury food needs, but only covers luxury food needs on pops of SOL 20 or above. And so if you want to increase demand for fruit, then you need a lot of pops with SOL 20 or above. You can get there, but it is tough to do while your buildings are paying such a small wage. And so in order to get our buildings paid a larger wage, we do need better tech. Because then you can use like the same number of buildings, but have just like sick. Huge bonus to our momentum there. And now we just have like infinite legitimacy, no problem. I don't know. Did you guys experience any like serious debilitating legitimacy bugs in 1.1.x? Because I honestly did not. Like there were a couple occasions where our legitimacy got really low, but it wasn't a bug. It was like I knew exactly what I did, and we did it to ourselves, right? How are we flipping back and forth between -12 and 80 and +8? Yeah, like the thing is that it's tough. I do not envy Paradox Interactive in their required job, because they have to put up with like a lot of complaints from people who clearly are like misunderstanding the game, which isn't a moral failure, right? Like that happens. It's nobody's fault that people don't understand the game. The tutorial is not very good, and so I can't be mad at anybody for having issues there. But there are a lot of complaints that are circulating around on Reddit that I think largely demonstrate a lack of knowledge and understanding of the game, which like it's okay, I guess, but it's not great. It's not ideal. Not ideal. But you probably do want to make sure that you're on like maximum automation as Brazil if you're trying to, or as anybody if you're trying to do max aggro. Not necessarily because it's like bad to have laborers with jobs, but those laborers are going to get paid nothing. And now by unemploying them and employing this transportation instead, hopefully that'll increase the wages being paid to the people who still have jobs, and therefore help them get a higher standard of living. Yeah, the subreddit's nuts. I like interacting with it, and I had been doing it initially in like October and November, and then just kind of fell off it. But there's a lot of really passionate people about the game on the subreddit who clearly do not understand the game, because like there's a lot of complexities to the development of an economy here in Victoria 3, and I don't want to make it sound like it's a moral failure to not understand a video game. It's like it's not a big deal, but like they'll get like super angry if you try to describe standard of living as what does this thing measure? This measures the standard of living. This does not measure the strength of your nation. And so you'll see all these pictures of like people are like, oh my god, there's a country somewhere that has like 50 standard of living. How? Well, because standard of living doesn't tell you anything other than the standard of living, right? It doesn't matter if the standard of living in a location is like 4 million because somebody built some ports there. That tells you nothing other than they built some ports there, right? Like that. Don't read more into this than you want to. If you want to know if your people are living well, then it's an okay measure of that, and that's what it does. But like there seems to be a lot of confusion as to like how to interact with these metrics and like which ones are important and what information you can glean from them, and some people are not very happy to have that conversation. Like, they just get mad. Like, nah, this is the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is standard of living. Your standard of living will go up when you get rid of your peasants. That's the real secret. Your standard of living will go up when you get rid of your peasants. Then you figure out if there's anything in regards to your goods that you need to fix. But like, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. The thing that's really good about this game, the thing that's like that makes me want to come back to it every time I see great progress on it from Paradox Interactive, is that if somebody asked me what like the most important number in the game is, I would have to hem and haw for 15 minutes, because there isn't like one. There's not one. The GDP number is probably the closest number to the important one, but it's not the only important one. And our GDP here, because of the GDP calculation, it's actually gone down because we've added all of these input goods. But that's not bad for our economy. That's good for our economy that we've added all these input goods, because it means that everyone who's going to be working here Yeah, the EU4 tutorial is 1K is true, and I suspect that Victoria 3 doesn't have like as much DLC bloat as EU4 does yet, and so I don't think you need quite as much time to like get a basic idea of how to build an economy in Victoria 3. But like I do think you need probably 100 hours minimum before you have a reasonable idea of like the way the systems interact with each other, and the reason that you should always be building more tool industries. Somebody slapped me. Somebody reached through the screen and slapped me. Walker, you're building agriculture. I'm getting there, I promise. Don't tell my mom. Don't tell my mom. She's gonna be so mad at me. I didn't tell her that I was streaming an agricultural run, but in my head canon, she's gonna be mad if I stream an agricultural run and then just only build tool industries all day. Like, what are you supposed to do? If you want to build a good economy in Victoria 3, you build the things that are going to pay best wages. And the things that pay the best wages are the things that have the highest productivity and the fewest number of laborers, because laborers get paid jack. And like, that one's pretty straightforward. That's pretty straightforward. What are some other like obviously misunderstood things in Victoria 3? What are some other... I mean, like, it's not like the price of clothes in your market is totally irrelevant, but the price of clothes in your market is really not nearly as important as do people have a job that isn't a peasant. Yeah, there are a lot of interconnected things. There are a lot of interconnected things. And ultimately, if you want to encourage people to move to Brazil, oh yeah, what's going on in our investment pool? Our investment pool it's still working. It's still working. They are gonna build a furniture manufactory. Yeah, so you can't really do pure agricultural. I don't think that you can really do pure industrial either, though, so I don't see that as being necessarily a problem. I mean, we could throw colonial stuff on the books. Colonial exploitation's plus 10 with the intelligentsia, and the rural folk are only minus 10. Yeah, alright. Rural folk, whatever, minus 10. Tell me about your tech spread problems. Tell me about your tech spread problems. But yeah, I think a lot of the development we're seeing in the game for Victoria 3 is really fun. I think this looks really good. Do you guys have any other games that you're excited to be playing in the near to immediate future? Or are you all just degenerate Victoria 3 addicts at this point? Not that I can judge you. This is a very good game. It's a very good game. I love I love looking at the prices of things to see if I can make money exporting them. Oh, you can buy some French art and some... I don't know if this is if we're meant to be able to conduct trade as a subject or not, but I think it's a refreshing change of pace. I think if you can make money as a oh my god, if you can make money as an exporter of liquor, oh my god, we're gonna make so much money selling all the British liquor. Yeah, oof, wow. The M&T. M&T. What's M&T? That's not Mountain Blade. M&T. Rince Windus, you're gonna have to help me out here, buddy. I don't know what you're talking about. M&T. What is M&T? Well, we can just keep exporting our goods, I guess. I don't even hate that, right? Like it does mean that more and more of our pops are going to end up working in these trade centers, but that's fine. Oh, MEAU and taxes. There's going to be one developed by those guys. That's cool. Yeah, generally you want to be if you have a really fully well developed economy with a lot of other, yeah, the EU4 mod, yeah. But if you have a really good economy with like a lot of really developed people that you can trade with, because you have a whole lot of interests, then you can definitely, oh, we could do that. We actually, let's add some interests. That's what's holding us back. Yeah, we could do Italy. We could do North Germany or Russia. The Baltics wouldn't be terrible. Yeah, we do the Baltics. We had more options here than I thought we did in terms of our interests. Not sure. Yeah, everybody uses skirmish infantry. That's fine. If you're part of the British market, it doesn't really matter. Let's see. What were we doing? Oh, right. We set up some new potential trade routes by exposing these areas. Do American markets, import ammo. I don't know. I don't see anybody else who I'd necessarily want to adjust the prices on. Maybe we could export some hardwood? Yeah, we could export some hardwood. America, buy our hardwood. Ecuador, Peru, Balinese. We could also export wood to a bunch of people. But I hope that that's not an accident and that we are actually intended to be able to do trade as a subject now, because if that's true, that's very exciting. Because that opens up an entire new way for you to make a bunch of money. Because again, it doesn't really give us trickle-down effects to be selling the UK's liquor to everybody, but it just gives us jobs, right? It gives us jobs that generate revenue. In this case, we could potentially drop like the really low productivity ones. Yeah, I wouldn't hate dropping some really low productivity trade routes. So, Nirma, it displays up here. It'll pull construction from the government construction pool over to the private construction pool whenever they assemble enough money for it. So let's see if they get enough cash that they can start doing this. It's going to be adjusting. Yeah, super powerful capitalists is not that hard. If you can do this, yeah, sure, an excellent investment. We love the British. I don't know. Losing a little bit of popularity for 2 years is not a big deal. That's fine. That's fine. But the thing is that, like, yes, you can use trade to prop up specific buildings that you've got built at home, but don't think of the trade exclusively existing for that reason. Trade exists also to create jobs, profitable jobs, very profitable jobs to sometimes in your trade centers. And so if you're part of one of these big markets, then don't be afraid to just like use your construction points more efficiently to give people jobs in trade centers, moving goods around. Even if the goods aren't necessarily doing anything other than giving them jobs, then that's good enough, right? Highly productive trade routes are usually pretty good. Whereas unproductive trade routes are usually pretty bad. And we could, of course, also increase our number of available interests by increasing our naval bases. I wouldn't hate doing that, actually. Yeah, let's add another 10 stack. It's like this is a 20 stack of naval, and once that's staffed up, you can kind of just like invade wherever you want to. But Jesus Christ, it's 1858. We really have not been playing for that long on this save. So again, biggest change for me, improvement in performance. This is a big deal. Ooh, the rural folk have absorbed a whole bunch of folks into their fun little agrarian party over there. We don't need them, but that is good to know. The agrarian party can still be strong, even if rural folk are down to 4.6% in our agrarian run. I'm gonna call this failed, not because Brazil has done poorly for itself, but because we've done poorly to develop an agrarian economy. I still have not quite put my thumb on what we need there. I suspect that playing as British Raj is going to be helpful, but I also suspect that we need more arable land. So you can't use construction to create trade jobs. My point is that you have a finite number of construction points in the game, especially at the beginning of the game, especially as a smaller power in the beginning of the game. And so you start with all of these basically unemployed peasants, and your goal in the game needs to be not necessarily to keep the prices of goods for those peasants down. That doesn't matter nearly as much as just making sure they aren't peasants anymore. And so you want to give them real jobs. How do you give peasants real jobs? Well, you build buildings, right? And the building of buildings creates opportunities for employment that compete against the peasants working in their subsistence farms. And almost always the peasants, because they're getting paid like absolutely nothing, they will say, hey, I could get a much better job working on that cotton farm or the coffee plantation. And so they just move over to there, right? They get a much better pay as a farmer or even as a laborer. But you have a finite amount of construction that you can use, right? You can't go up to a like 6,000 construction immediately and then just say, oh, we'll just do bankruptcy building and then that'll be fine. Because it won't. I promise. Bankruptcy building is not gonna develop your economy as quickly as you'd hope most of the time. And so you need to have ways to like supplement the construction. In this trade center and conscription centers both cost literally 0 construction points to increase or decrease. They increase or decrease based off of demand, right? If you have more pops, then you'll have larger conscription centers. If you have laws that give you more conscription, you'll have bigger conscription centers. When you're at war and you activate it, the pops there are getting paid as though they're soldiers. And so if you just stay on full conscription the entire time, then you create extra jobs. That's really expensive, though. But on the other hand, you could just have people working in the trade centers, right? By adding more trade, we add more money and more demand in those trade centers. And then they'll pay their pops, and then we're just like adding fuel to the fire, basically, in terms of using the good twice or 3 times to create jobs. Does that make sense? Like here, for instance, in this trade center, Rio de Janeiro, we might need to come up with something to increase our profitability because the liquor has dropped off, I guess. So we can see if there's any other trade routes that we can set up to increase the profitability of that trade center. But all of those things require 0 input other than bureaucracy and convoys. And you kind of need bureaucracy and convoys anyway, because like convoys, you're going to need a lot of them in order to ensure that you actually have connection to your outlying territories. And so overages for the purposes of invading. Not to mention that ports like aren't bad. They're a government building. So it's a good way to give people good paying jobs if you're running like high government wages. But it also just gives you an opportunity to move goods around in a productive way. It will import some paper. That's fine. We could potentially export. MLs will support going co-ops from traditionalism. Oh, do we still have? Oh, we don't still have our market liberal, but if that's true, that's really interesting. That is still kind of restrictive in the sense that a market liberal, there's not where are we gonna find something equivalent? Oh, that's actually, I think that's probably an accident. Because economic system doesn't list anything here for laissez-faire. It's not the same as market liberal, but it doesn't list anything. That might be a bug. I don't know. We'll find out. Because they haven't added all of the economic systems to the game pretty clearly. So yeah, right now we have 49 and no 80 construction. It's because they're waiting on money to be available, I guess. The UI here is still a little confusing to me. Needed 10.8. Okay. Covered by funds. Weekly funds. I'm not really sure what the thought process is here. Maybe this is being built because there are still capitalists paying into the queue or into the investment pool. Not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. It's gonna be the slowest goddamn punch axe in the universe. Walker, you could have just built a size like 10 university immediately. And then you'd be fine. And then you'd be fine. You'd have so much more technology. Wouldn't you rather have more technology? Has this ever happened to you? Have you ever forgotten to build up your university because you're too stupid and focused on adjusting small things? Then go buy some paper and then build up some universities. You won't regret it. I promise. I mean, everyone's enacting crazy democratic reforms over here. Ooh, got a civil war. So, Sapphire, it seems as though it doesn't, but I'm not sure. That is something that I think is in the defines, though. So, in order for you to have a bunch of unemployed, right, beyond the beginning of the game, then you need to have some sort of issue where somebody gets fired. And they can get into hiring, firing things, but generally speaking, if you just build buildings that are productive, then you'll avoid that problem. I don't know. I don't think it does. I haven't heard anything about SOL impacting becoming a peasant or an unemployed, but I suspect that's one of those things that is knowable. Feels very knowable. Well, and this construction feels very expandable. All right. That's fine. Yeah, we'll do 8 more construction sectors. North German Federation. Oh my god, it's 1860 and Italy isn't here. I actually can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. It's mine, all mine. How did that happen? Goldfields. Okay, that's fine. Gold's very much whatever. It's minting, which is, I guess, good. Subsidies. Can we do anything about our subsidies for our rail? No, probably not, because the majority of our transportation is going to be built by the rest of the British Empire. Why are we subsidizing our rail so much? It's at plus 20%. Why is the rail so expensive? See, this says it would be good, but we really know that it would... Well, it would be... You're right. Italy did not form because I didn't export them enough coffee. That's a skill issue. I don't know why I did that. I guess I just hate Italy. That's probably it. It explains a lot. I mean, we could just, like, attack people. No, yeah, they don't really have anything there. Diploplay. Return state. Give me this back. Let's see what happens. Mobilize our conscripts. Save our conscripts. And you have expert offensive planner, do you? Alright. Let's... France sided with New Granada. Yeah, I don't think so. UK... Alright, this is obviously an issue here, but maybe the UK will actually accept this obligation? Hey, alright, they took it. Let's conquer French Guiana. Let's conquer French Guiana. Oh, they want us to enter into defensive pact. Well, I'm going to say no, so that way you guys have to use that defensive pact to, or use that obligation to force me into this defensive pact. That's what I want. We could add French war reparations. I don't know if I really want to add anything else, though. Maybe we add a treaty port in New Granada. That would be pretty funny, but they're really expensive in terms of their infamy. Yeah, sure. We'll take one. We'll take one. I don't hate having a treaty port somewhere. Our troops are considerably better staffed. Oh my god, we have the Brits coming to help. Well, all right, we'll just go on the defensive then. If the Brits are gonna be sending an army down here to clear this territory for us, then I'm happy to let them do it. Happy to let them do it. How are you gonna lose? How are you gonna lose this battle? You're on the defense. Your numbers are worse. That's all right. Well, that'll do it. Your numbers are worse. That will do it. Activate conscription centers. Yeah, let's activate some conscription centers. Where do we have the most? We have a finite number of pops, so I don't want to like activate conscription centers literally everywhere. But there are a couple of locations that have enough pops to spare that we can draft them. That's good enough. That's good enough. Wait, UK, where did you go? You're sending a stack down here. All right. Well, if the UK is gonna disappear on us, then I guess we have to attack on our own. Oh, wait. Where the hell did they go? Where the hell did the French go? Where the hell did the French go? They just left. Right. The bounce bug is definitely not fixed. Sometimes it works in your favor, though. Santa Ana does enjoy... there's clearly some bugs going on in the game. It's okay. Some of these bugs have been there since the beginning of Victoria 2, or Victoria 3, which is a little disappointing, but not... Oh my god, the crowd goes wild. What is happening? I guess they're reinforcing in the middle of the battle. Oh my god, that was insane to watch. I don't know what they were doing there, but I guess that's what happens when you go with a 2v2. Probably should just go ahead and naval invade Cauca, honestly. Yeah, just naval invade over there. And then this is the dude who is not an expert offensive planner. So maybe we don't attack with him. I don't know. He seems to be doing okay. This is like a wildly oversized stack for this naval invasion. I don't think there's going to be any troops when we land over there. Not because the AI is better at reserving troops. Yeah, there we go. The AI is better at reserving troops, but they have a finite number of units that they can deploy, and more importantly, a finite number of generals. And so now we just get to sweep through. All right, cool. Well, I guess we're gonna get the stuff we asked for. Good deal. Good deal. Probably could have done that 2 decades ago. Probably not a bad idea to do that actually, like right away. Jump into the British market, use British guns to overrun South America. I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. My brother, why have you moved over to a defended front? Guys, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Stay on the undefended front. Just take over New Granada that way. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Done. All right. Let's set up a military strategic objective here. Let's set it up there and see what happens when we finish this. I expect that means that we'll move over here, right? Hey, it means we did move over there. Cool, that's good. All right, and then we can recall the strategic objective, and we can set it there, and then maybe, yeah, all right. Yep, they move over there. All right, so the strategic objective seems to mostly work except in like split states here. So it didn't prioritize taking the undefended territory. It prioritized taking the defended territory, but that's okay. That seems like a small issue. All those Caribbean fronts, that's not anything new. That's unfortunate. Like it's part of the way this always works. But there's a garrison here. And there's no garrison in the French spaces, or in the French islands. And so the garrison that's here sees a front and observes it and says, aha, I'm gonna defend this territory. But then the French can't actually attack because they don't have any units there. So that's all we're seeing. I mean, I guess we could potentially just see if we can take those West Indies territories. Yeah, I think if you wanted to do Brazil, grab a protection from Great Britain and see if you can expand that way. This looks pretty promising actually. So let me ask you, A, what are you looking for in terms of campaign content for Wiki 3 patch 1.2 when it's still on open beta? Because the thing is, it is an open beta, and so like I don't want to do campaigns that are gonna last until 1936 because the game's gonna break. And so I'm just trying to like come up with ideas for things that would be fun to record on, with the understanding that we can't play until 1880 probably. And so if you guys have any ideas for things, then I'm basically happy to shoot it, because it gives me an opportunity to learn more about patch 1.2. And that's I think kind of the most important thing right now, because it does look like they've updated a lot of stuff. That's kind of why I want to do Agrarianism, not necessarily for like the content, but because like I think that there's a lot of things there that I don't yet know that I want to learn more about. Oh, we have pump jacks online. Walker, you researched pump jacks. You talked about pump jacks for like 6 hours, and then you researched pump jacks, and then you didn't click any of them. Well, yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Yeah, that's about right. Oh my god, but yeah, if you end up in a position where you're actually able to do trade all of the time as a subject nation, it's probably worth doing. Probably worth doing. Because if you don't need to be worried about like you don't have access to whatchamacallit anymore, corn laws. If you have access to corn laws as a subject, then jumping into the British Customs Union just got a lot better. Not that it was bad before, but it got a lot better. Man, if only we could grow silk. Wait, can we grow silk? No, we cannot grow silk. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough, friend. Dye plantations are up there in productivity, but now they're up there in productivity because of pump jacks. But that's yeah, that's it. I think that's it. I think that's really the not so secret is you want to make aggro worthwhile. You got to get pump jacks because we just like doubled the productivity of all these buildings. Yep, we could see if anybody wants to buy our agricultural output goods, but it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. But that's okay. We don't necessarily need to be pushing these cash crops out into the world market in order to make them valuable. Probably need to restrict our construction though. I don't know how that happened. How did that happen? Oh, we probably built way above. So you do colonizing to get some silk would be colonizing in here. But if you're trying to build an agrarian society, if you're trying to build one where you have big agro, then you need to have the productive agricultural buildings in incorporated states, which we could do that, right? We could do Brazil colonizes and incorporates like this central slice of Africa, and you can grow silk there. But of course it's like a lot easier if you're playing in India or in China or Japan. But it's going to be tough to be like big rural folk as Great Qing with the amount of arable land that they have available to them, because there's 170 arable land here and 8 million pops. Like if you want to build away all of these peasants, you cannot do it with pure agrarian stuff. I guess if you just like went with like mostly rural buildings, then you might be a little better, because then you have a bunch of people working in like iron mines. And a bunch of people working in iron mines is not the end of the world. But like, yeah, the general distribution of arable land there, I think, means that that's probably not viable. I think potentially Brazil might be what we do here. Does anyone care if I do a 1.2 agrarian run, if it's Brazil or Sikh Empire or Mexico? Maybe I'll do a poll. Maybe I'll do a 5-person poll, because we can do Mexico, Brazil, Sokoto. I think I would just do straight EIC or Korea. We can do that. We can do that as an option. That'd be fun. But I think the meta, if you want to get agrarian going, is just rush pump jacks, in which case, no matter who we're playing as, we're going to need to prioritize our research a little better than we did in this game. Because we could have gotten pump jacks online in like the 1850s if we really wanted to. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with anything too. I'm going to do one of them, but I think I'm just gonna put a poll up. If you don't care, don't vote. If you're gonna watch it anyway, because like you love this game, then that's okay. I'm not offended if you want to watch the game because you love the game. But if you have any sort of opinion on which of those countries you'd like to see done, I think any of those would be fun. I don't know if I've done any. I could combine it into an achievement run also. Yeah, I haven't done Manifesto Mexico. I haven't done that one. Anybody remember the Mexico requirements for the achievement? I mean, I could just like literally check. Walker, you could literally check. You have Steam open. You could just do Shift Tab and then scroll down to wherever it says what we're asking. Own the Pacific Coast and Great Plains and have a greater higher power rank than the USA. I mean, that seems doable. That seems very doable. Do you need to fight? I think you probably end up having to fight the British for control of this, don't you? Is there any way for you to get control over the Pacific coast without fighting UK? Do you have access to the Northwest movement, the Northwest Passage event that the US does? We could check, actually. You know, Walker, we could check. We could just check to see what it's like over there. That's all. You can do that. You can do that. So if we have to have control over the Pacific Coast HQ, that's this right here. There's got to be, yeah, strategic regions. Okay, so in order to have, wait, no, strategic region. There it is. Why did it, oh, stop disappearing. Okay, so yeah, in order to manifesto Mexico, you have to have all of Pacific Coast and all of Great Plains and have a higher rank than Mexico or than US. So you have to take on both UK and Russia. Okay, all right. So that would mean that like Mexico could function as a part of a customs union from another great power, but it would have to be probably France. But I wouldn't hate being part of the French market. Let's see. Diplo actions. And join customs union. You have to have it at least be cordial. Okay, well, we can work on that. But if we can regularly join the French customs union with Mexico, as long as France doesn't start like opposed to us, then that's really all you need to like pop off with Mexico is cheap and easy access to guns. Because you cheap and easy access to guns, you're fine. Like you don't need anything else. Guns are cool. Right. Mexico does start pretty weird because they start with an oligarchy. That's pretty cool. They already start in agrarianism and with slavery banned. And they start with appointed. They start pretty banger. They start pretty banger. But you need to come up with a system to create industrial states, which I guess you just like conquer parts of the United States and then just don't core them, right? If we don't core any of the Great Plains, but we build a whole bunch of industrial buildings here, especially where there's Mississippi River bonuses, then that'll help offset the infrastructure penalty that we take from not coring it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing something out here. The Great Plains themselves. You start with the best general, right? You start with the absolute best general. I'm gonna fire you right away. I don't know if you're actually cursed or not, but I think you're cursed. I think you're cursed. But this guy's way better. A reserved defensive strategist is way better than a cursed character. Surveyor is really good, but arrogant, not so great. I don't know. Yeah, we'll go with armed forces. It's generally not bad. And Juan Alvarez is really useful, but unfortunately he's in Central America. There's not a lot of pops associated with him yet. So if you took out Texas, and then we set up probably a road maintenance decree. Well, let's see. Let's pin our outliner. Pin the outliner. Pin the outliner. Why don't you pin your outliner? Where did our... Oh, there's the politicians. There they are. I'm like, where did our fun politicians tab go? But I do think this is cool. I think the fact that this makes me really anticipatory that they might be adding, like, governors or statesmen or whatever, statespeople. Because if you have a politician who isn't a general, that doesn't mean that they're doing nothing, and they might be giving you bonuses in other weird, crazy ways. But armed forces is here, so I guess we should use corn laws, right? Yeah, we should probably use corn laws. And we're improving our relations with France. We could bankroll France. We can't bankroll France, Walker. You don't have central banking. Stay away. Stay away. That's a terrible idea. Bankrolling France, terrible idea. Unsubscribe. I don't want to add empiricism too late to the mix, but like right now we're not actually doing party politics. So the thing that this gets us is wealth, education access, which is good. That's a meaningful upgrade to the strength for empiricism, but it was already a really, really good tech. I guess we could take Napoleonic warfare if we're going to be joining the French market. Because we'll if we're in the French market, we'll have the guns. And yeah, then we'll add stock exchange. And then we'll add empiricism and then production tax. I don't know if we want to do Atmo first or mechanical tools. That kind of depends. I suspect probably in this economy we're going to need Atmo than mechanical. But I think that mechanical can be very powerful if you have a very high paper demand country. But we're going to try to avoid paper demand by just being part of the French market. Because that's another cool way you can do that. Bahia, you start with fine infrastructure. What's the problem here? No access to tools? Yeah, alright. That also fixable by joining the French market. There are a lot of things that are fixable by joining the French market, actually. Mexican Texas. Mexican Texas has some amount of labor. Why is it filtering that to the top? What is their logic there in that initial? I don't know what they're thinking there. I'm not sure what they're thinking there. But we'll build a little bit in Mexico and Jalisco. Unfortunately, a lot of Mexican territory does start with like really bad construction penalty problems, and so throwing down this doesn't really fix it, but it sort of does. It sort of does. Yeah, Bajío. Yeah, I guess we could do. We'll just do the one gold mine in Bajío. Just, I don't think we need to build this up right away, right? Nah, Jalisco's better because it's coastal. When you're this far away from railroads, you need to be like very cognizant of where your infrastructure is coming from. But because we're so small, then resource industry in Bajío does make sense. And we could even potentially promote in the capital, but like again, the more diffuse your population is, the less useful decrees are. Decrees are really good as like Sokoto or whatever. Oh. Yeah, basically. I think depending on how badly you need an infrastructure, which is like the big thing, then you need to prioritize things differently. Like as Japan, for instance, at least in the earlier patches, because you're in isolationism, unless you use somebody to, flip you out of free trade or flip you into free trade. When you're in isolationism, ports are like basically nonsense buildings, and so you can't really build them, but you also can't build railroads, and so you don't really have infrastructure. And so you have to be really careful about how you get yourself set up for when you're moving into railways. It can be appropriate to build your engines and your steel prior to even finishing the tech, but it depends on how badly you need infrastructure, right? Like, I think Japan and Great Qing are the two countries that do not start with a lot of technology, but most benefit from like setting themselves up to like really rip and tear, like building a lot of their steel and engines before there's really a use for them. Because they just want to, they really do want to build up as quickly as they can and then just start throwing rail at the world. But they have a huge population. Like we have 7 million here in Mexico, and Japan has 31, and of course Great Qing is 365. So like they need infrastructure very badly. The infrastructure on ports scales up. So infrastructure on Anchorage is nothing. on cargo it's 5, industrial is 7.5, and modern is 10. But modern functionally doesn't exist until oil is like way more plentiful. So it's basically caps out here at industrial ports 7.5 per, which is a lot worse, mind you, a lot worse in terms of infrastructure than rail. A level 1 rail with the regular things is 20. But ports generate convoys, which are useful for trade. And so it's not like that's the end of the story, that, you know, you get less, because that's not the end of the story, that's the beginning of the story. Because you can use the convoys to do, like, actually useful economic things, like importing paper to allow you to use paper in your government administration buildings. You also don't actually have to use them in all of them. Like Oaxaca and Guerrero. You guys just go back to not using paper. American market? Alright, we avoided an input good shortage. Done. Nope. We avoided an input good shortage, not all of them. A new leader for our age. Yep, there we go. We can't even switch into free trade because we don't have free trade set up yet. So now we have corn laws done. But I think we'll save ending it until after we've conquered Texas. Oh, let's kick it up to speed 4. What? Oh, it's countries involved in conflict? No? Clear locked... No? I thought they fixed this visual bug. Oh, decentralized New Mexico. Yeah, that looks about right. I mean, it's still behaving like normal land, I think. Spanish? French, I guess? Yeah, we could just import tools from everybody. It doesn't really matter. Just import them even if they're at negative, because they're being used by the government. That's the most important thing. And the other important thing is that we are trying to just jump in on the French market. So any trade that we can do with the French probably should be done. Except for minus 15. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Oh, but the French were like desperately trying to buy Brazil over to them from the British. So maybe France would naturally be inclined to try to steal us from Great Britain if we joined their market. I don't know. Yeah, that is the easiest way to do it. I like just go crazy. We should ban dueling. Stop banning dueling. Stop it. Just get out of here. No bread, no freedom. Minimum wage. Done. All right. Yeah, let's join somebody's market. Can we join the British market? Proposed trade agreement? No. Let's see. Minus 77. So we just need to increase volume of trade. That should be all right. Do we have any more interests that we can move? Well, we do have the Great Plains interest right now, so we could keep that and continue colonizing here, or we could remove it and stop colonizing in some of these locations. We do still have an interest in Central America no matter what. I still think it's probably correct to just go on a puppeting spree down here. It's pretty hard for that to go bad, but I think you probably need access to European weapons, and reliably access to it by being part of their market. So yeah, I think it's possible that you join the British market, wait for the UK, or wait for the French to try to pull you over to their market, and then just say yes. It's very possible. Very possible. Tax some services. Slam some government wages. So free trade agreements, what the trade agreement does is it removes all tariff and bureaucracy cost of trade routes. It also creates a ticking opportunity for increased happiness with that country, but it doesn't actually change like the volume of trade. The volume of trade is still going to be calculated based off of the prices between the markets. But it's okay. That's fine. I think that's a good thing. I think our insanely expensive iron and stuff is probably not a good thing. Why are we not using it? Oh, because you built everything, Walker. That's why you're not using any of the iron that you're trying to import, because you built it all, you dummy. All right, let's build some paper. Let's build some paper. Let's build some paper. Let's build. So the reason that you'd want to join the market is just because it's way cheaper in terms of bureaucracy and ports. Like, yes, ultimately it's better to be in charge of your own market entirely. But one thing that we discovered in Brazil, at least as part of the British Customs Union, we were able to do import and export on our own, which meant that we were still able to have a strong hand influencing the price of specific goods without necessarily being beholden to like the market in the same way that you are in 1.0 and 1.1. Because if you can reliably have access to resources because you're part of their market, then you can't get screwed in the same way where they just like embargo you or whatever. And also, trading is not going to give you access to 100% of the iron there, right? We're buying 25 iron and we're getting like, that's it. That's all we're getting filled. 5 iron from each of these guys. It's not a lot. Whereas if we're part of the French market, then we'll have access to all of the French iron. Same with the British market. And having access to all of that iron right away, it dramatically speeds up both the pace at which you can construct as well as the cost at which you can construct. All right, let's see. What trade routes can we kill? Really expensive tools. Really expensive tools and iron. That's the biggest problem right now. Well, all right. Sounds like we just need to join a European market. It was restricted in some way, A-White, but it seems either by accident or by design in 1.2 that's not true anymore. So here, let's like just demo. We can switch over to EIC real fast, and as EIC we can go in and we can click on our dye and we can say, hey, we've got really cheap dye. Let's export cheap dye to the Ottomans, the Prussians, and the Americans. Done. And then if free trade agreements get rid of barriers, but they don't connect markets. So the free trade agreement that we could potentially sign with France or whatever is going to make it so that all of the bureaucracy cost goes away, which is great because we desperately need bureaucracy, but isn't going to solve the issue of just having free access to their goods. Whereas if we're in the customs union, then literally we're 100% connected, and the only restriction is supply convoys for the port connections and supply. It's port connections. So that would be the only thing restricting us. And then other than that, we would have full and easy access to the French market, both as an input and an output. So like we would get iron and tools from the French market for the price of iron and tools in France, and they would get dyes from us for the price of dyes in Mexico, just like permanently. It's really good. It used to be something that like I shied away from recommending to people in 1.0 and 1.1 because it restricted you from being able to do corn laws, and that is really important for most countries. And in order to do it in the other patches, you did have to have control of your market. But right now, it seems as though the important stuff is. Crazy, crazy unproductive. Well, you know, I could have built some tools. But I was hoping to have joined a European market already. So sue me for being greedy. How much arable land does Mexico have now? 153 here. That's not bad. It's not bad. How much arable land does Mexico have total? 2K. Oh yeah, all right. I don't know. I mean, this looks promising to me. Looks promising to me. This is really exciting though. Just how fast it runs on speed 5. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Waiting all this time. Yeah, I think that's okay. We're fixing these input. Just hold your horses. Hold your horses. Target penalty of 9%. Good. Yeah, if miners can trade within customs unions, then the downsides to joining somebody else's customs union are largely mitigated. They're not entirely mitigated, right? Like, you do need to be aware that they might just one day say, hey, we've got a demand on you and now you're a protectorate, and that's a much bigger problem. But if you're able to, like, get big enough, strong enough that they really can't afford to bankroll you, then, like, it seems pretty good. It really does seem pretty good. And it also seems like a really great opportunity for like a country that isn't as well industrialized but has a very large population to jump in on a customs union and then just make tons of jobs really, really fast, trading the goods that already existed in that customs union. This is why you gotta fix the price of your goods before you expand your construction sector this much, Walker. You can do that. You can join the customs union first, and then you can expand your construction sector like an insane person. You can do that. You have that power. You have that power. You're not going to, but you can. You can do that. Yeah, like, all right, so from a broad, like, historical macro perspective, I think it does make sense that Mexico could become friends with France. But I think also we got it. We got free trade. Everybody got free trade. Oh my god. And that also makes free trade, like, a lot better as a subject, right? Oh man, I haven't been able to watch any of Last of Us yet because Eileen refuses to start watching shows until the entire first season is out. And I mostly just, like, work on this stuff when she's not at home. And so I haven't had a lot of opportunity to really dig into it yet, but I've played Last of Us 1. I don't actually own a PlayStation, so I haven't played Last of Us 2 yet. But I played Last of Us 1 like a long time ago with one of my buddies, and that was a lot of fun. It was a really an astonishingly upsetting opening. All right, so we are gonna need to help out the price of wood too. But again, as soon as one of you jerks wants us to join your customs union, then we'll do it. We'll join your ooh. All right, so we could join the British customs union by offering them an obligation. France would not accept it. France would not accept it, but maybe what we can do here is we join the British customs union via obligation, or rather via offering them an obligation. That fixes the cost of all of our construction and all of our our goods and everything is great now, and don't worry about the ramifications of joining the British market. And then hopefully what ends up happening is the French say, hey kid, you wanna jump into our market instead, at which point we could say yes. But I do think that, like, generally speaking, this is going to be really productive, because we have 1.2 million peasants right now, and we're about to build a bunch of ports, which means that we can export some goods. We can definitely get some people some jobs exporting some goods. That is something that we can do. Why would we want this? Why Catholic Church? Why are you causing problems? Why are you causing problems for us? Quit it. Alright, let's get our construction back up and going. It's been slowed down long enough. But by joining the British Customs Union, all we need now is the railway technology, and then we can, like, throw everybody into full transportation and automation. That seems pretty good. It seems pretty good. All right, we need to start puppeting people. Well, they were literally trying to buy Brazil away from the British market in that last game, right? So it definitely is. It's definitely doing it. I don't know the exact mechanics by which it is doing it, but it's definitely doing it. Yeah, you know, whatever. We'll puppet Guatemala, and we'll mobilize all generals. I guess we could even use mobile artillery. Probably would have been better to set the mobile artillery up prior to this, but that's okay. We'll be fine. We got access to British weapons. Everything's cheap, and that's why joining a European market. So agrarianism, Sean, I'm not sure actually, because we could do a very brief reoccurrence, go back and talk about it, but. Oh yeah. Well, all right, good. Then you guys are right on time, because we're gonna do this probably until the end of the stream. It's 4 o'clock now, so we'll probably do it for another couple of hours. But we were playing as Brazil. We got an offer by the UK to join their market. Said yes, and then I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years, we got a couple of requests from France to just shift over to their customs union instead, which is really interesting. It gives a lot of player agency, but also it tells me that the AI wants things, right? Because France was actually trading with us, because we were able, as a miner in the market, we were able to import-export things. But very broadly, agrarianism, it still looks like it's going to be challenging to get to work. It's going to struggle probably on a couple of dimensions. The first and probably the biggest dimension in which it struggles is that you can't just build whatever agricultural buildings you want wherever you want to. You can only build specific things in specific locations, sort of like resources. And so what that means is you're going to have a lot more difficulty just having really easy access to expanding whatever resource you happen to have as good profitability, either here or here. And so you kind of, I still think that you need to be specialized in the agricultural buildings that go into urban buildings, but that you then need to, in order to make sure that your agrarianism is maxed out, you need to make sure that you have like lots of industrial demand for those buildings, which means you also need lots of industrial buildings. And then you're kind of in this position of like, well, why am I running agrarianism when I have all of these industrial buildings? why not just use laissez-faire? If your industrial buildings are in non-core, non-incorporated territory, then those buildings won't be generating politically active pops. They'll be generating politically inactive pops. So you can have a really strong rural folk as long as you have lots of rich farmers at home and then poor industrial laborers in like unincorporated conquered territory, which is, I think, maybe what we'll do with Mexico is like anything east of the Mississippi will turn into an industrial wasteland. Maybe that'll be the goal for the Mexico campaign. But like I think it's still tough because like you really do kind of want to have access to silk, because that's like one of the most important things when it comes to printing money is having control of your own silk. But the other really big thing that's happened, Sean, is that they did the arable land rework, and they ridiculously dropped the amount of arable land available. And now Southeast Asia looks kind of unplayable. There's you can't even really build a 51 stack in most of these places. Like Mekong, for instance. Let's see how much arable land does all of Dainam have. Dainam has 165 arable land now. Vietnam has 165 arable land. If Vietnam wants to be able to feed itself, it can't build opium. So I think that's a problem. I think the general increase in arable land in the New World, because now Mexico has like 2,000, I think that's generally a good thing. But I think because they combined that with a dramatic reduction in arable land in the rest in like East Asia, they've made it so that I still don't really know where agrarianism is supposed to fit, because agrarianism needs, in order to really get good value here, you need rich farmers, right? You need rich farmers. Right now our farmers are at 17.4. I feel pretty confident that EIC is probably going to be roughly similar. 23.7. So their farmers are a little better off. That's probably because they're working on better buildings, but like that's still not insanely high. And so you need to have like the maximum tools to maximize the productivity of your agricultural buildings, because they're so much more finite, right? You can build 51 stacks of any industry anywhere. You apparently cannot build a 51 stack of opium in some parts of Southeast Asia anymore. And that seems not great. Like 36 in Rachasima, like that does not seem like enough. Oh crap, we started a war and I forgot we started this war. Let's see here. Defend front. Oh god, we were supposed to call the British in. Well, I'm dumb. There we go. I started a war and then forgot to mobilize stuff. Did I at least remember to activate my conscription centers? I did. Okay, so it's not a catastrophe. Not yet. Oh my god, we're gonna get slaughtered. All right, so what do we need in order to not get slaughtered by the U.S. in the first war against them? First, it wouldn't hurt to have us on the border. That would probably be useful. But I think pretty clearly we need to be in skirmish infantry. Yeah, I think we need to be in skirmish infantry before we fight our first fight with the US, because it seems like we don't have the advantage in terms of pop numbers. Oh my god, what are you doing? All right, we don't have the advantage in terms of, yeah, I'll get back to you on that. We don't have the advantage in terms of pop numbers, but we also don't have the advantage in terms of troop quality. And so like we kind of need one dimension on which to do that. It used to be pretty simple to just like defend and then just ignore combat with the United States, but I don't think you can do that anymore. Yeah, you have so little arable land. in some of these countries that like you just can't really make agrarianism hum. But in order to really make it work, you need tons of arable land and relatively low population. Yeah, see, Sokoto has like pretty similar number of pops, but like a tiny fraction of the land. How much arable land do these guys have? 14. 555. Oof. Yeah, I think it looks like if you're gonna make changes to Diploplays mid-war. Yeah, I don't know if it's sacrifice forest for arable land or if it's because the thing is that like I'm sure that they didn't just come up with these numbers out of nowhere. I am sure that somebody said, "Hey, we looked at all of the math and all of the numbers that we had in real life, and this amount of arable land makes more sense for Great Qing." But I think that it's not just a question of is this the right amount of arable land? It's does this make sense from a gameplay mechanic standpoint? And I think it doesn't. I think there's just like not enough flexibility in terms of the building sizes that you can get. Maybe they just need to have like farms employ less people and give them more of them or whatever. I don't know. But it does not seem like there's enough arable land to really pop off outside of South America. But these guys do have such rich farmlands. Rich farmlands. But they also have just like an infinite number of pops that they can't really use for anything. I think it is balanced around subsistence instead of endgame farms, but I think that it should be balanced around both. And if you can't balance it around both because arable land gives you too much carrying capacity, then that's okay, right? Like, then make it so that arable land doesn't give you 100,000 carrying capacity. Make it 50,000, make it 25,000, make it 10,000. But I think that they need to make it because you want to be building late game 51 stacks of most agricultural building of most buildings period, just to maximize throughput bonus. And agricultural buildings are already going to be difficult to keep high in terms of their productivity versus industrial, just like based off of the way that goods work. And so if anything can be kept down, then you should. But yeah, fertilizer should multiply production more. But I just think you need more flexibility in construction. Because like you can't tell me that there's only 113 arable land in Burma, because that means that this country can't really be agricultural. This country must be industrial. Because in order to be agricultural in Vicky 3, you really do need to have access to at least dyes, which is why Mexico isn't like offensive. But you need at least dyes, and then you need to have access to just tons of arable land, so that way people can work the dye. We could see what happens when you play as EIC and you start a civil war. In 1.0 and 1.1, if you're playing as EIC, you have this avert mutiny disaster. But if you had a landowner revolt because you were trying to end serfdom, that was fine. That was okay. That was acceptable. So you could do that. You could make just you can't pass the laws anymore if you're doing it like this, though. So what you used to do is you would slot in the rural folk in the armed forces and have a low legitimacy and then start a civil war. But we could probably still do the same thing by just bringing everybody in, and that allows us to start working on serfdom, and then we just get the aristocrats angry by hiring and firing generals. Perfect. Yep. Oh, we should set up the landowner thing. I do like there's some like serious improvements here in terms of the UI. I don't know if you guys care, but I care that it says very clearly the approval here. It's a lot easier to work with. All right, so they're at -5 right now. All right, they're +5 right now. So we need to promote a couple of these guys and fire them. Are any of these useful? No, it's all fine. 2, 3, 4. Retire. And then we go in here, and this will not radicalize them, not yet. Sure. Once more into the breach. And then let's wait for them to adjust their expectations here. I think they will become radicalized, resign from government, start a civil war, and then we call in the British. I think that's what we're gonna see. So that's what I'm hoping. That's usually the way to do it. Yeah, I wish Outliners was. I wish it was either saved between games or just like defaulted to this, because it should. They should be clear. They should not be hiding this beautiful outliner. They should be using it. So as EIC, you start with stock exchange, so you can actually use you can use corn laws right away. You probably also need egalitarianism, like probably first. Yeah, I think you need egalitarianism literal first as EIC, because you kind of do need to switch into your good techs. But yeah, I guess after that you probably just want to do Atmo, mechanicals, railways. Actually, Atmo probably doesn't help you as much because you don't really have any of the things to use that on. How many mines do we start with? I guess we start with a little bit. You start with a widescreen monitor. Oh, there we go. This is the thing that I'm missing. I want to be able to shuffle these around. I want to be able to move, to click and drag them in the queue, or like click plus somewhere. Yeah, the minor, but they significantly reduced the number of like nonsense pop-ups that mean nothing, right? Like they're way fewer of them than there used to be. Yeah, just go indiscriminately crazy. Get crazy with the cheese whiz. Cool. So now we'll have a revolt, and then we'll see if that is going to trigger the Sepoy Mutiny event to break, or if it's good, or if it continues. I'm not actually sure. We will find out. Revolution is upon us, and the British are on our side, so I'm not too worried about it. They offer us an obligation to jump in against Great Qing. All right. Well, as long as you're gonna win this fight for me, Great Britain, we'll do that. That's fine. That's okay. Where's their capital? Where is their capital? Russia sided with Great Britain in the war against Great Qing. No. Russia sided with us against this little EIC revolt. Good. It does seem to have removed the mutiny. Okay. So that's definitely not intended, but it does seem like it is happening. All right. Orissa, Jodhpur, all these are relatively low population, right? Yeah. All right, Nagpur is ours. Wait, does that... Oh, yeah, that just annexed it to us. Good. Good, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. And then after those giant stack of ports, we're gonna need... Actually, we're probably gonna want you on defense. Just defend if there are actual enemy troops there. Let the Russians and the British fight this for us. But I don't know if this means that like you just completely avert the mutiny, or if, because it doesn't feel like we're suffering the penalties of the mutiny at this point, right? Our legitimacy is non-existent, but that's just because we haven't received the clout reassignment from crushing the landowners yet. And then I guess we could recruit another... No, we're not recruiting a landowner. Get out of here. Get out of here with your landowner nonsense. All right, here's a question for chat. We have a minus 1,000 government administration problem thing here in South Bengal. Why don't I care? And it's not because I just don't care. There's a very specific reason that I don't care that insufficient taxation capacity is there. It's because it doesn't do anything when you have a bunch of peasants. Like insufficient taxation capacity is a feature, not a bug. Because you got all these peasants here, and they just aren't making anything living on these subsistence rice farm paddies. And so it doesn't hurt really to not be taxing them at maximum capacity, because they have like absolutely no money to begin with. EIC is gonna crush the aristocratic revolt. Maybe we should just like let them go crazy over here. We'll just take wars. We'll take fights where there's nobody for us to fight against. That's the easiest way to win fights, I guess. Boop, boop. Yeah, we'll just use line infantry and mobile artillery. There's enough. There's enough. Here we go. All right. So let's see. What else is good? Could potentially export sugar to Austria. I really hope that's like an intended thing, that you can export and import goods as not a market owner, because that would be really fun. That'd be really fun. Yeah, like having insufficient taxation capacity when you have just like an infinite number of peasants, it's the least you can do for them. They're peasants. Like, just don't bother them that much. You'll be fine. Mm-hmm. You'll be fine. Just leave the peasants be. They're not hurting anybody. Dang, we really need rail like immediately as EIC. Well, I still think it's probably correct to pick up egalitarianism, but we'll find out. I don't know if it's a bad idea to get independence from British as EIC, because in 1.0 and 1.1, then absolutely you wanted to gain independence right away, because like the AI was just really bad at managing its market, and it was largely an albatross around your neck. But the AI seems a lot better in 1.2. It seems to, yeah, that was Pico. He's hungry. He's a giant fluffy boy, and he's a really good bud. He makes funny sounds. He goes meow. Yeah, you go Morale. Yeah, Mrah. Hey, Pico. How you doing, bud? Yeah. Ooh. Do. Do. All right. Well, what? Oh, Jesus Christ. We're getting just like body slammed by the Chinese here. Maybe we go on defense for a little bit. What was that? I don't know. I don't know what that was, but that was something. Well, all right. So now we're pushing back. That's okay. That's good. I wouldn't hate pushing back. Yep. Looks okay. Looks okay. All right. Yeah, we should be fine. All right, what are we building? We should build some more. Let's build some more construction and build some more. Actually, we got all of our territory back. So why don't we update some of this stuff to make better use of our resources? Yeah. There we go. There we go. Is there enough coal in the British market? This is the thing. Like, the British market is one of the best markets to be in, as the EIC, and so that's what makes it like really hard to recommend leaving it, because you can make tons of money here. It's not that hard. It's pretty easy to make a lot of money as EIC. Boy, we should probably use our authority for like literally anything, huh? Probably not a bad idea. George Eden, what are you doing here? Didn't we depose you? All right. Well, we'll go to just the rural folk are in charge. Just the rural folk are in charge. And we'll bolster you. We'll suppress you. They're going to enact another revolution. Go ahead. Try it. We'll get the British. They'll fight you again. Pass. Get the serfdom abolished. Get it. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Take that, landowners. You guys think you're so cool. All right, who's in favor of slavery ban? The intelligentsia. What happens if we bring the intelligentsia into government? Probably nothing. Yeah, no legitimacy. But what if we did this? Also no legitimacy. This, also no legitimacy. All right, so right now we can't form a government that would oppose slavery, but we could potentially end traditionalism. I wouldn't hate ending traditionalism. And that'll radicalize the landowners for another revolution, which is just like all upside at this point. We could potentially let the landowners come back if we wanted to use corn laws, because you can use corn laws as a subject now. Actually, that might even be easier to end serfdom than just like fighting them. I don't know. Fighting them is pretty easy, with the British on your side. But using corn laws as EIC does also seem like it would be pretty good. Yeah, maybe that's actually it. Maybe we use the fact that you can use corn laws now. So one thing that's different for sure in 1.2 is, at least as far as I can tell, doesn't seem to be a bug, is that as subjects you can control your trade routes and you can control import and export tariffs, because you still have control of your own trade centers, right? And so what you can do as EIC here, for instance, if what we want to do is make use of the corn laws, it used to be you had to declare independence, but now we just go in here, go to grain, and click export tariffs. And then as long as the landowner is in government, then the landowner is going to very quickly flip over to corn laws. to market liberal, and market liberal in 1.2 is in favor of serfdom abolished. They're in favor of serfdom abolished, and so maybe the meta for EIC is just turn corn laws on and then use it. It's certainly faster than it's certainly faster to just declare a civil war, but it might be more efficient not to. Iron frame buildings for everybody. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's just see what happens if we just try to like run actual corn laws for EIC, and then use the fact that they're in favor of serfdom abolished now. I don't know if that's intentional or not. It seems really overpowered. Kind of no matter what. Bolster. But then, you know, we could use corn laws to not switch necessarily into laissez-faire, but into like agrarianism, because I think that makes the market liberal in favor of that too. We could avert mutiny. I think you don't have to start a civil war anymore. I'm fairly certain. So you can definitely avert mutiny by just, or at least you can remove the tricks and crosses next to labor on the. Oh, that was whether or not they were unemployed. That's what this means. This means that there's that says it has qualifications. Oh, all right. So that's telling you, are there qualification issues? All right, that's interesting. And of course, there are going to be qualification issues here because there are going to be discrimination issues here. And the discrimination issues are going to prevent them from hiring people for really fancy jobs. Okay, all right. I think I see what's going on here. Some of the UI really has been significantly updated. That's the really big exciting thing for me, at least. Right, let's export dyes to people. Amount? Nope. Nobody wants these cool dyes. You guys want some cool dyes? Get some dye. Here, just come on down. Buy some luxury clothes. You guys will love these. They're great. You'll love these clothes. They're your favorite clothes. And then I think we have to. Oh no, government admin is actually set up correctly. Okay. Well, we can slap down 5 more. Doesn't matter. Forbidden Greece. Okay, so there are a lot more of these events to make radicals in Hindustan as ASAP. But you can avert mutiny as EIC pretty quickly by just provoking a civil war with the mutiny, or with the aristocrats, because it actually literally removes this journal entry. It doesn't give you any of the penalties either, so it seems to just be an existing bug. But it is there. It is there. Alright, so we need to keep separatism low and have a bunch of people as our subjects. That's pretty easy. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. You're our puppet now. George Eden, minus 25 popularity. Oh, this might replace, because George Eden is he's the leader of the landowner, so it's possible that Corn Laws is going to give us a market liberal leader here too, because one thing that we saw is that your monarch can absolutely become the leader of your IG, and so it's not impossible that that's what we'll see here too. My brother, are we gonna fight Burma? Are we gonna do this? I don't remember if Burma starts in isolationism or not. Nope, it doesn't. Alright, there we go. Could export some sugar? Yeah, we could export some sugar. I'm just like not worried about minus 100 because it's only 3.9 tax waste. I think I just want to get this construction. Yeah, I just want to get that construction up and going, and then we'll do the government administration. So we just have 6 million gold reserves. We need to spend that down. Spend it down, build up your GDP. Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, geez, Walker. You could have been attacking from 2 directions at once. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. There's like no pops there though, so I don't really care about the infrastructure problem. Yeah. All right. Yeah, the rest of these look okay, but we'll add 5 more in Bombay just for good measure. Yeah. Wait, what? That said radical. We have a market liberal now. All right. That's fine. It is not okay. So market liberal is not in favor of agrarianism over traditionalism. They're equally opposed. So we're going to have to use rural folk for that. But we can use market liberal to switch into free trade and serfdom abolished. Just the fact that you can use the market liberal to switch into serfdom abolished, it seems like a little overtuned. I don't know. It's like we're about to get a giant bonus to the approval with a landowner for clicking serfdom abolished. It does mean you don't have to fight them in the Civil War anymore. And it does mean that there's a good chance that I should probably reshoot Corn Laws if this is the way that it operates in 1.2, because now it's even better. But it does seem to be even better. The Sikhs are an unrecognized major power, so that's not really fixable over there. But see, now we've picked up a good chunk. We need Sindh, Punjab, Kashmir, Pashtunistan, Baluchistan, and Himalayas. Okay, so we need to fight the Sikh Empire pretty soon, because we want to make sure that we aren't truce locked on them. So actually, maybe we need to pick up skirmish infantry ASAP, because we do have access to the resources, because we're in the British market. Yeah, you know what? Let's just immediately rush general staff, and then we'll pick up egalitarianism. Oh, Walker, you got to click on the central thing, and then click on the plus. There we go. Yeah, I don't think that it should give people serfdom abolished. Not necessarily because that's like inaccurate, but because it is absolutely overpowered. I think the way that it operated before was pretty good. I think that if somebody said 72% chance we miss it, I think if somebody said, well, the only way we can do this is if you have to have a non-marginalized industrialist, that would be okay too, right? If in order to use Corn Laws you have to have a non-marginalized industrialist, it means there's a specific and measurable and targetable goal that most countries can build towards. Because getting a non-marginalized industrialist kind of requires you to have a reasonable number of capitalists in your country. And I think that makes sense, right? Because Corn Laws are supposed to represent the old school aristocracy being shown the ideas of the 19th century and saying, hey, maybe we can make a bunch of money off of this. What happens if we just go down to those two? Because that'll maximize our chance of passing end serfdom. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do this. We got it. We got it. We got it. I'm not gonna let the 99% roll incoming. We're gonna play better, right? That one was even dodgeable. We probably should have had this set up when we were working on the first serfdom roll. All right, so now we've passed serfdom abolished, so the landowners are pretty happy. We start in legacy slavery, so we could potentially move to debt slavery and then to slavery banned, because the move to debt slavery. Oh well, we need to get the serfs or the rural folk less angry first, or more angry. Could just go straight to agrarianism, because that would give us 10% chance, but it would increase the happiness of the rural folk by 5, and then that would prevent them from doing a civil war when we switch to debt slavery here. Or we could potentially see if there's not an easy switch to peasant, not without better guns. Yes, let's just do agrarianism. That's fine. We could click laissez-faire as like an easier, faster click, but if we want to be building an agrarian economy, then let's build an agrarian economy. But we do still need we need universities, Walker. Talked about this. You just talked about this. You said, wow, we really need more universities at Game Start. Better not build any. The biggest use for debt slavery is that it's opposed by your rural folk, and so you can potentially use them to move from debt slavery into slavery banned, but you have to go from legacy slavery to debt slavery, then from debt slavery to slavery banned. Debt slavery does allow you to enslave people, and of course it is like faster if we go from legacy slavery to slavery banned and win versus the resistance of the landowners, but it's easier if you don't have to fight them the whole way. I think they're going to be in favor of who is in favor of this switch here. The landowners are in favor of moving from legacy to debt, and it's I'm gonna guess probably because of this. No. Slave trade. Oh, it's because we're in legacy slavery. Yeah, some people do start with debt slavery. Like I think Siam and Dainam. Yeah, Siam, Dainam. They both start with debt slavery. Does Sikh Empire? No. Sindh does. Persia's full-on slave trade. But yeah, there are a couple of countries that definitely start with it. Party will never end. I don't need to read any of the rest of that text. Party is never going to end. Skirmish. Good. All right. With skirmish infantry on the books, then we just have to wait for that penalty to tick down, and then we can probably go to town on the Sikhs. Because we're part of the British market, so we have access to British ammunition. We need percussion cap, though, in order to build any more ourselves. So hopefully the British do... Oh, you know what? Actually, not hopefully the British. We can do it ourselves. We can import ammunition. My God. It's typically faster to go straight for abolish, but if you're going straight for abolish, then you need people who are going to be in favor of it. Right now, that would mean the intelligentsia, so we could potentially get there via a civil war versus the landowners. But I'm just trying to see, and you absolutely can do that as EIC. It's pretty trivial to just call the UK in, and then they win your war for you. You can literally have your troops stay on standby the entire time if you want. But it's a little faster if you make them close pockets that there aren't troops on. Yeah, just run high taxes. Just run a bunch of consumption taxes, Walker. It's fine, whatever. Just run a bunch of taxes. Just run a bunch of taxes. You'll do fine. But yeah, some of these buildings start just outrageously unproductive. which is the real challenge, right? That's the real challenge, is how do you build a good agrarian economy in this game, considering that at the moment agrarian economies are really hard to actually get working. I don't know. I just don't know. It's tough. It is tough. Reduce 5 more. There we go. Yeah, it's generally faster to go straight for abolish. Hey, we got agrarianism. Hey. All right. Then we could do free trade, and the rural folk would not like that, but that seems like a rural folk problem. That does seem like a rural folk problem. Yeah. So, hey, wait, what are you doing today? Oh, you going out? All right, that sounds good. Yeah, it's actually starting to get kind of late for me. It's 4:45. I might call it an end of the day soon myself. But we got some stuff coming out. I did film the last of Her Majesty's Government, and then I filmed a little bit of Spellforce EO, and then I think that's gonna be like mostly the focus of the this channel, like for the next month or two, is going to be Victoria 3 and Spellforce, because those games both run really well, and I'm ready to record on something that runs really well. That's going to be my criteria. Free trade is passed. Okay. Corn laws is passed. Let the grain trade begin. Yep. So yeah, I think I see the pieces of what we need to do in order to make agrarianism work here in Victoria 3. I'm just gonna pause, I think, probably here, considering that it seems like we are done. But I think agrarianism is gonna be tough to work with the amount of arable land that's currently in the game. We'll see, but in order for you to build like a really good agrarian economy, you need to have access to enough arable land to employ a ton of pops. And that's tough. That is tough. So we'll find out what the best meta is moving forward if you're trying to build an agrarian economy. But I think we're probably going to prioritize one or two campaign videos for Victoria 3, and then I'm going to get back into doing some academy videos, because I'm hoping after one or two of these little like demo campaigns that we can that we'll have like a better idea of what patch 1.2 is going to look like. Because I think once we have like a firm idea of AI behaviors, like if Russia is consistently being aggressive enough that they're trying to puppet Persia, that's exciting to me. That's really exciting, because that means that like the AI wants something, and that's all you really need in order to feel like your AI is role playing. As long as the AI has like desires, then you're in pretty good shape. Wow. Yeah. I'm really excited to see what happens here with Russia. Actually, well, you know what? We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna set this on a. Oh, I don't have the debug open because I'm dumb. All right. Wait, can you do observe here? Oh, you can't. Sick. All right, I'm gonna just sort of like let the AI run. I gotta grab the laundry real fast, so I'll be back. But if that's the end of the stream for today, that's the end of the stream for today. But I hope that you had a good time, and I hope you're looking forward to more Victoria 3 content, because I am. This is actually really fun to be playing on. I can't believe how big a difference this is making in terms of performance. Good Lord, look at this. Look at this. Look at what we're doing to this game. Zoom. Let's zoom in on Central Europe. Don't do it, Walker. The game will crash. Ha. It's a little choppier, but we did it. Ha. But yeah, that's that. I'm really excited to see where the game goes moving forward. So I'll check back in a few minutes. But if nobody else is here, then that'll be the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. All right, I think we're gonna definitely put a pin in it here. But I think upon reflection, I think what we're gonna do as our next campaign, because I hear that the game breaks once you run out of peasants, and so that means that there are some finite things that you can do. We might play as Mexico though, and try to do the Manifesto Mexico achievement, because I think that's something that you can probably accomplish pretty quickly while also trying to build an agrarian economy. I suspect that's probably our best bet right now, just due to where arable land literally is in the game right now. There's a lot of it in Mexico. There's a lot of it in Mexico. So gotta see where the balance is in each patch. That's why I like doing these sort of like exploratory streams. I would have done this like by myself, non-streaming, but I think it was more useful ultimately to do it publicly because you guys have good ideas too. But yeah, I think probably agrarianism will be good once we can actually get into like cooperative ownership. This one looks really strong. That looks really strong. This looks okay depending on what's going on. It looks like it'll be better once we have more arable land, but we'll see how that ends up going out. We'll see. All right. Yeah, that's